Bob D standing there in the doorway. Clear as day. My uncle jumped up, cussed for something, got my aunt's attention who turned to see him there too. As soon as they both made eye contact with him, Bob smiled, turned, walked across the living room and out their front door, closed the door behind himself and was gone. My uncle got control of himself and ran outside, gun drawn looking for Bob, but he was gone. At that point they ran over to our place. We went over there and didn't see anything but my aunt and I stayed at our place that night. At work the next day, all the guys on the force were giving my uncle lots of "we told you so." People around town said they saw Bob D show up at police scenes for at least another 2/3 months. My dad saw him in our darkroom in our basement with a friend. He was flicking their ears in the dark. During the third month, people that saw him kept saying he was looking worse and worse. My uncle saw him 2 more times, each time confirming he was looking more and more worn. My dad had concluded that he was decomposing and his ghost was reflecting that process. Every time my ear itches, I get goosebumps. Not me, but my dad was a cop for 32 years. This was one of his craziest calls. A call goes out for reported screaming. It's mid-January. Important later, my father and another office respond to find an deranged individual. Very long rap sheet and has been in and out of psychiatric care for years, sitting on the front porch holding a double-sided wood-splitting axe. Steam is coming up off of the grass and there are chunks lying all over the lawn. Upon interviewing the suspect, he admits that he and a friend were playing poker. The suspect was losing nearly every hand and came to the conclusion that his friend was a hanged Southern for ghost and was cheating him. The suspect grabbed the axe and chased his friend outside and hacked him into dozens of pieces, thus causing the warm blood to create steam on the grass. My dad tells the suspect that he needs to get in the police car because it's hate-proof. He said the suspect dropped the axe and sprinted to get in the back seat while thanking them for helping him. TL, Doctor, my father convinced an axe murder to get in his cop car because it's ghost-proof. Holy shit, got my first Reddit gold. I'm gonna go retire in Guatemala. No, but I still managed to freak myself out. A guy calls, around 1:30 am, claims several people are running around his yard blowing slide whistles. Can't see anything, just keeps hearing it. Sounds odd, but maybe kids are being kids. On my way when the dispatcher says the guy called back, says it may be radio interference causing the hidden transmitters in the house to make noise. What? So I get there, and this guy is clearly just a little crazy. Tells me about how ADT put recorders in his house and his neighbors are running around making this noise and he's losing sleep and so on and so on. I'm mentally dismissing this whole thing and beginning to try placating him when I hear it. 5. From outside, to my right, a sound I've never heard before. Definitely not a bird. I visibly react, and he goes, "You heard IT?" I says, "Yeah, I sure did." He's extremely relieved, thanking God he's not crazy. I ask a few questions and hear it again. 5. This time, more to the left. I ask if he's had problems with his neighbors and he launches into a tirade about how people have always been out to get him because, despite the authenticity of this noise, the fella is still a bit unhinged. As I'm talking to him. 5. The whole time. From the left, then behind, right again, left. Every 20 to 60 seconds. So I tell him I'll check outside. He's worried for my safety, but I assure him I'll be okay. I set off into the darkness, in rural Missouri, to investigate a fleeting noise I've never heard before. I'm going slow, shining my light around. 5. Off to my right. I'm telling myself I'm being silly. Ghosts, aliens, monsters, none of that is real. 5. Straight ahead, in the darkness. I'm in the backyard now, looking towards the woodline when. 5. Sounding like it was about 4 feet behind me. I scan around, hand on the butt of my pistol, feeling equal measures freaked out and stupid. I catch movement on the roof, scan upward, pistol half drawn. I hear it one more time. 5. Just as my gaze settles on one of these sons of bitches. Spinning lazily, every time the wind breezed. Fuck, I'm stupid. One of the nice things about working in small towns is the unique problems that you learn to solve. One such problem belonged to a sweet little old lady who lived in big, old mansion over in the old section of town. She had a ghost infestation. Now, most of the time this was all right. I think she liked the company, but once in a while the ghosts would get a wee bit rowdy. Thereupon, she called the SO and one of us would be dispatched to take care of the situation. We'd show up. She'd let us into the huge old house. The officer would go upstairs and read a stern warning to the ghosts. I found that if you took George C. Scott's speech from Patton, complete with pacing back and forth and gestures, and cleaned up the language a bit, the ghosts would normally be impressed enough to keep quiet for a week or two. Once you were done, you'd go back downstairs, where the lady would stuff you full of homemade cinnamon rolls and iced tea, and you'd swap gossip for a while. One day the sheriff gets a bright idea. We take care of this situation once and for all. Plans are made. People are notified. We wait for the call. And one Friday evening, she calls. Not only are the ghosts rowdy, it sounds like they're having a party. And, delivered in whispered tones, she thinks she heard some girl ghosts giggling up there, and this wasn't right. The call goes out. We load up our full-time officers, all four of them. We get our reserves, mostly security from a local federal facility. We don our ninja gear. We mount our trusty steed, reworked Korea Air ambulance, and we sway and sputter and backfire and shudder and creak our way over hill and through dale. Once on location, a hasty whispered conference takes place. Who looks the least threatening? That would be yours truly having hysterics in the back. Up I go. I knock on the door. Tell the little old lady that we're here to solve her problem and seat her on the porch swing with a blanket. Crash. 20 SWAT rhinos in full gear hit the door, clear the bottom floor tactically, flow the stairs, and then the shouting starts. Hey, you. Yes, you. Out, out, out. One here. Out, out, out. Clear. You. Yes, you. Where do you think you're going? Out, out, out. Thus were thoroughly scared and cowed, albeit invisible. Subjects herded to the front lawn, where the sheriff is standing on the roof of the ambulance, SWAT vehicle, delivering his patented fire and brimstone, straight path / crooked path speech, complete with finger pointing, arm waving and emotional entreaties to what only an absolute cynic would consider an empty lure. Watched with great interest by all the neighbors, heck, most of the town, who promptly got out the lawn chairs, the sodas and the snacks and basically started a block party. Sigh. Small towns. Once we were done, and had allowed the thoroughly chastised and completely humbled spirits back upstairs, we sat in her kitchen, in black BDUs, rifles, shotguns, etc., eating cinnamon rolls and drinking iced tea. During this last part, the lady whispered to me that we had missed one. Never said I wasn't fast on my mental feet. I promptly whispered back that he was too young to be subjected to such a scary action. She examined him closely and declared that I was probably right. It took the ghosts almost 3 months to go back to their rowdy ways. Hey, Law Dog. Worked as a police officer in a small town in rural Nebraska. Back in the 90s, I was patrolling through town in winter. We had several abandoned houses in town, but one seemed to have the attraction of copper thieves, so we were told to keep an eye on it. Drove by it around 7:00 p. Since it sat on a corner lot, I had a clear view of all four sides of the house. As I drove around the corner, nothing looks out of the ordinary. About 2 hours later, I drive by again and the back door is wide open. I know that the back door was not open when I drove by it earlier. Looking at the snow on the ground around the house, there were no footprints. So I think, what the hell? Call dispatch. Tell them I'm investigating an open door at that address and ask for a county sheriff to start my way. I walk to the open door, pull out my flashlight and shine it inside. The house has obviously been gutted for the most part. The plaster walls have been torn down, debris piles everywhere. Since there were no footprints in the snow around the door other than mine, and with all the dust on the floor not showing any footprints, I'd chalk it up to the wind or maybe the door just opened on its own. I was about to secure the door when I heard a loud thump come from upstairs and what sounded like kids laughing. So I enter the house and yell out, "Police department, come downstairs." More of what sounds like kids playing. I tell dispatch that it sounds like there are kids in the house and start making my way through the kitchen into the living room where the stairs are. All the while cautiously checking the main floor. 2 more times I hear something upstairs, but since I've had no response, I start thinking maybe it's an animal. Still, I hear what I'd swear was kids laughing. I head upstairs and it all gets quiet. The upstairs is relatively small with a hallway at the top of the stairs that has one bedroom on the right, one straight ahead at the end of the hall, and a bedroom on the left. As I get to the top of the stairs, I hear a thump in the bedroom to the left. I carefully peek around the door and it's an empty room with a small pile of plaster and wood debris in the middle. No kidding. Sitting on top of the pile of debris was a page torn out of a child's book with a picture of a police officer on it. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I got out of that room, quickly cleared the other rooms upstairs and got the fuck out of there. Told dispatch nobody was in the house, locked the back door and never went back in there again. I am not a cop, but 3 years ago our very elderly next door neighbor died suddenly in her house. They found her body 5 days later in the kitchen. Fast forward to last summer. I'm sitting in my house watching a movie and all of a sudden about 8 police cars come out of nowhere, sirens blaring, lights on, and most park in that empty house. Some park in my driveway, so I went outside to see what was up. A police officer went through the quick formalities and asked if I had seen anything strange in the past 5 minutes. I replied no and rather hesitantly asked what was going on. He said that the police department received a call from the house and when the operator picked up the line went dead. I stayed at a friend's that night. When I was in high school, the days before cell phones were common, my friends were to come over to pick me up from my house one night. We had made plans at school for them to pick me up at 7 p.m. At 6, my parents said I had to come with them to do something, and I totally forgot to call my friends and tell them. They came to my house at 7 p.m. and called the house phone. No one answered. There was 4 of them in the car. They all told us the exact same story. They said that they were about to pull out of my driveway, but they saw someone peek through the blinds from the bedroom on the top floor right. That was my room, so they assumed that I was fucking around. 5 more times, they said that someone would peek through the blinds, and a couple of them said they even saw the person's eyes. We got home at probably 7:10 to 7:15, and they were still in our driveway. One of my friends came over and said they thought I was messing with them. Then they asked me, "So, who's staying in your room?" I told them that no one. So they asked, "Who's home at your house right now?" Again, I told them, "No one." Their stone cold faces then told me what they had seen repeatedly over the last 15 minutes. At first, we all thought there was a burglar in the house or something, so we called the cops.
What is that?
They came over and inspected the house. There were 0 signs of break-in. Nothing was touched and nothing was stolen. Our house had an alarm on it, so there was no way someone could have come into the house without setting off the alarm. My family, my friends, and the cop all kind of stood around for a few minutes, trying to make sense of the situation. My friends swore up and down, and still do, that they couldn't have imagined what they saw. All 4 of them saw the same things, and it wasn't particularly a dark night, so their eyes wouldn't be playing tricks on them. To this day, none of us can make sense of the situation. Edit. I know this isn't what the thread asked, but it is quite relevant, and I wanted to share this explainable thing that happened in my life. The cop also played a pretty big role, because he too was dumbfounded. At first he thought my friends were fucking around, but there was no joy in their face throughout the entire thing. They were confused and at times, terrified. Called to a residence out in the boonies. This was in Wyoming, so the boonies are really the boonies, at about 11 p.m. about suspicious activity. When we get there, we are told by the family living there that there are very strange screams coming from a creek area about 1,000 feet out. And sure enough, waiting outside on the porch with them for about a minute, I hear it. It is very hard to describe what it sounded like. It was like a woman in very severe distress, but higher pitched, and each scream lasted for about 10 to 15 seconds. It never sounded like it was saying anything. It just sounded like a cry of sheer terror. And it repeated again. We tell the family we are going to investigate, so we just walked down to the creek since it was nice out. We hear about 2 more screams, getting louder as we approach the creek. By now, we're both kind of freaked out. There are 2 possibilities. Someone is getting murdered / named in the creek bed, or it's a wild animal. As we approach the creek bed, we hear no screams for about 5 minutes. We search around and find nothing, yelling at the top of our lungs for somebody to come towards if they are there. Then, we hear the exact same scream behind us, exactly from where we came from. We get about halfway back to the house, and the scream comes so loudly it seems to be right next to us. We frantically shine our flashlights everywhere and find nothing. No eye glints of animals, no rustling of bushes, just silence. We trace our steps back, and the scream comes from around the creek again. This time, it lasted about 30 seconds and was much louder than before. Our retreat becomes a little more hastened. By this time, we were both scared shitless and verified with the family to call us again if they heard it. They never called again, and we got the hell out of there. I still don't know what it was, as an avid outdoorsman. I know no animal makes a cry like that, especially one that can move stealthily without being spotted by flashlights. Something else that weirded me out was that it was completely silent while the screams were happening. During summer in Wyoming, there's always some kind of ambient animal sounds, frogs croaking, crickets chirping, owls hooting, coyotes howling, etc. But there was nothing until we were leaving and the screams had stopped. Then the frogs started croaking. It gives me the creeps just thinking about it still. Yes, actually, really fucking weird. Back when I was working as a cop on a military base, I loved working night shift. Didn't deal with 99% of the bullshit that day shift dealt with, and what little stuff we did deal with was usually really interesting. Well, most every building on a base is alarmed, and the alarms are tied right into the desk so we know the instant they go off. When we get an alarm activation, we close the base and go check the building, pull on all the doors, see if we can get in. If we can, we go into the building and secure it, check all the doors and corners to see if someone set the alarm off. Well, one night I was on patrol with my alpha partner, and we get called to respond to an alarm activation at the elementary school. So we go, secure the building, and call in that the building is all secure. No problem, keep patrolling. So about 15 to 20 minutes go by and we get another alarm activation. We get back out there and check, and now there is a maintenance door open that leads into a boiler room thing. Nothing in it. We close it, lock it, and get out. Another 20 minutes. And another alarm. We respond. All the doors are still locked and we can't get in. Maintenance door is locked. Call in the all clear. This time my buddy and I sit on opposite sides of the school and watch to see if someone is coming and yanking the doors real hard to set the alarm off. We sit there and watch. Nothing happens, and right as we're about to leave, another alarm activation as we're sitting there. We inform the desk that we'd like the building manager on site to help us secure the interior and to let us in. This is like now 3 a.m. Building custodian shows up and we start doing a walkthrough, checking all the classrooms and checking all the maintenance rooms, and that's when we see one of the maintenance doors open with the lights on in the room. Now this room is literally the size of a closet. We walk down there and look in. No one's in it and that door is locked when it closes. We look in there and we find a single footprint of a bare foot made of wire. Left foot is a recall of a small child. Freaked the living hell out of us because no one reported a missing child and the entire building was clear and still locked up. No one left, no one entered, and we checked every inch of that damn place. Literally a 3-hour deep sweep including ceiling tiles. Freaked the ever-loving shit out of us, and to this day, my partner refuses to go into that school. Speaking of which, schools are really fucking spooky when they're empty. What was the creepiest or most paranormal thing that's ever happened to you? Creepy for me. I was having a tense conversation with someone that I was close to years ago. The conversation quickly devolved into a passive-aggressive fight that ended with the other person getting in the car and driving away. As I started heading back inside, the other person came back, got out of the car, and started our conversation again. The tone of voice was totally different and the stance was different and the feeling in the air was completely off. I don't know how else to explain it. As the conversation progressed, the other person started saying some nasty and mean things that were completely out of character. I said, "This isn't like you, person." They said, "What makes you think that I'm a person?" I remember continuing the conversation and talking to the person for a long time, but I don't remember anything specific. I do remember becoming more and more alarmed and knowing something wasn't right. Finally, I told the person to go home. They complied and left. I went back inside and started telling my sibling about the situation when the doorbell rang. Maybe 2 to 3 minutes had passed. It was the person coming back to apologize for the original fight. They had been driving around town for a long time and didn't want to go home leaving things unresolved. I asked why they had said some of the things from the last conversation and they looked at me like I was crazy. They had no idea what I was talking about. Totally could have been lying, but that whole situation just felt dark. Scared the hell out of me. I was a manager of computer repair for a retailer a couple years ago. We had a client's computer in the back running various malware and virus scans. I was doing morning paperwork in the back near the computer. This PC had its screensaver on displaying random photos from the My Pictures folder. various family members, children's birthday parties, the usual stuff. Then from then of my eye, I swear to God, I saw a picture of a woman from the shoulders up with her throat cut. As soon as I realized what I was making out, I directed my full attention and it was back to photos of a car show. As the day went on, I did nothing of it and proceeded to continue my work until I was bringing another customer's PC to the back to work on it again. From my peripheral, I could have sworn I saw a bloody body and bound in a trunk of a car. At that moment, I began to freak out. I grabbed one of my employees and explained to him the situation. We then sat for 10 minutes and watched this screensaver. It is against company policy to search through the client's personal files without absolute just cause. We then proceeded to see a photo of two bodies in a shallow grave out in the woods and another photo of a severed hand down in kitchen drawer. I then went and got the general manager and informed him of the situation and had him view this screensaver. We then felt that it would be in everyone's best interest to contact law enforcement. In about 15 minutes later, owner of the computer and another gentleman show up. I proceed to tell him that his computer is not ready and it will be a while. He then informs me that he was called there because someone reported there was some photographs of a grisly murder that we had found. I showed him his computer and then his partner then begins to laugh at him. Apparently he went against police policy and took some of his work home with him and had never noticed his work photos were being used as a screensaver. TLDR, a detective unknowingly brings me his computer filled with gory homicide pictures that get mixed in with his screensaver. I swallow myself thinking I am dealing with a murder. Call the cops and the detective returns to investigate his own computer. I was living with my now mother-in-law in a house she had just purchased a few months before. We had all had various weird feelings or experiences in the house, but two really stick out. Collectively, there were three dogs living in the house at the time. One evening, we were all sitting with our backs to the hallway. This is significant. Watching a movie. All of a sudden, my German Shepherd and my Terrier both perk up their ears and start staring down the hallway behind where we are sitting. I mean, full attention. I notice and turn around. The light in the hall was off. It was dark, but of course don't see anything. 5 minutes later, they're still staring and now growling. This time my wife and I turn around and we both watch as the light switch on the wall gets flipped to on. Dogs went crazy and so did we. A few weeks later, same scenario, light is off and we are watching a movie. My German Shepherd loved to play fetch and we always had a million balls around to entertain her. This time, she's staring down the hallway and wagging her damn tail. This time, we all notice again and start to watch. I swear to God, a ball, single orange tennis ball came rolling down the hallway towards her. We all went white. There were a few others, but Jesus, I hated that hallway. It never felt like a bad energy, but my feeble little brain was still scared nonetheless. Hey, one more story. My mom-in-law was having these dreams a few weeks after moving in about the house catching on fire and burning to the ground with us all inside. Horrible. About 3 weeks after these dreams, we woke up one morning and distinctly smelled smoke coming from the house somewhere. Panicked, we all started searching and eventually came to the garage. On a rafter, we noticed the smoke coming out from around a fluorescent light fixture. At that moment I realized, my God, it's attached directly to this old dried out beam. The light was left on all night and it was clearly burning the rafter ever so slightly. Lights are not supposed to be secured/screwed onto a rafter like that. So we like to think our ghost hosts were looking out for all of us. After that, our dreams stopped. Thanks, Ghosty. Not creepy, but definitely paranormal. I was about 17 and was in my bedroom crying my eyes out over something. Home could be difficult at times, and that evening I was really upset. I really needed someone to talk to, but the only phone in the house was downstairs where my parents were, so calling a friend wasn't an option. I didn't know what to do to deal with the crap I was trying to live with and really felt that it couldn't go on for much longer. I remember thinking, please, someone, just help me. Not a prayer as such, I'm not really sure if that does any good, more sort of a mental scream into the void. There was definitely no one in the room with me. It was a tiny room, and I had my back to a chest of drawers. And then I felt a something on my left shoulder, as if someone was standing behind me and resting their hand on me. I could feel the weight of each individual finger, and the palm cupping my shoulder, and I could feel warmth from it. It didn't scare me, but it was enough to stop me crying. I guess the feeling lasted for a minute or so and then just stopped. I had no idea what it was, but it was enough to calm me down. I wish I could feel it again. I shared a room with a guy in college who was a musician. He'd stay out late almost every night and come home around 3 or 4 in the morning. Our room was a straight shot through kitchen from the front door. One night I woke up to the bedroom door opening and figured it was just my roommate coming home after a gig. I thought it was strange that he turned the light on when coming in. He knew I was a light sleeper and would normally use his phone's light to shine around the room if he was looking for something while I was asleep. My bed was twin-sized, positioned against the wall connecting the bedroom to the kitchen. When he came in, I was facing the wall. I kept my eyes closed and pretended I was still asleep because I didn't feel like having a conversation with the most likely drunken friend while I was still half asleep. I heard him go to a side of the room, opposite of my bed, and rustle around his desk and dresser looking for something. Sometimes he would grab some clothes for the next day and go stay at a buddy's house so I wasn't concerned. Then I felt him start reaching under my bed. I kept a few things under there, but he would normally ask before taking anything of mine. At that point I was really confused and annoyed by all this, so I made it a point to, passive, aggressively roll over on my other side and face the middle of the room in the direction from where he was reaching so he knew I was pissed that he was ruining my beauty sleep. Then I heard nothing, but I could feel he shot up from under the bed and was just standing there. I never opened my eyes, but I figured he would either apologize for waking me up or something. But he never said a word. He just stood there. After probably 2 minutes with the light still on, I heard him leave the room and go to the kitchen. I opened my eyes after a couple more minutes because he left the light on in the bedroom. He wasn't in the kitchen, but he had pulled a knife from the knife block and left it on the table. I checked around the house and couldn't find him, but quickly realized my Xbox, book bag, wallet, etc. were stolen. I called my roommate to see if he had been home, but he was miles away at a party. He still had his house keys and never gave them to anyone else prior. I must have accidentally left the door unlocked that evening, which was the one time someone decided to check the knob. Police never followed up with me after the night, so I doubt they ever caught the guy. I can't imagine what would have happened if I ever did open my eyes and see the guy standing there, or if I chased him out to the kitchen. TLDR, someone walked into my bedroom while I was still asleep, stole my stuff, and watched me from the side of my bed. I was driving to pick up my friend from the airport around 10 at night. His girlfriend was also with me as she wanted to see him as soon as possible. We were going down some dark, super lonely back road. I've never been that way before, but I was following Google Maps. Eventually we came up alongside a train that was matched with our speed, so we couldn't see out past it on the right side of the car. After a couple minutes of that, we came upon a train yard on our left. A very spooky, very generic horror movie train yard. Nothing crazy yet, except for the fact that it went on and on and on. We probably spent 10 minutes driving at 45 miles an hour down a dark back road with a train yard on our left and a train on our right blocking the view. Eventually we made it back into society and picked up my friend from the airport. We told him all about the spooky train yard and train and were excited to drive back and show him just how much it was like a generic horror film. We drove back down the same roads. It wasn't there. We never passed a train yard. There were no trains on the tracks, now on our left. Friend's girlfriend and I flipped out. We swore up and down we drove right along the train yard for a long time. The drive home felt much shorter. We lived at a house a few years back, and random things would just go missing. Then they'd turn up somewhere else. We never really thought hard on it cause they were never expensive or important things. So because of this, none of us ever mentioned it to each other. Fast forward and mom loses an earring. Not a huge deal, but it's a nice dangly pair she wears frequently. Maybe a month later I come home and find it perfectly laid out in the middle of the ground at the end of a high traffic hallway. It has 3 doors at the end. Take a photo and show mom when she gets back. Give her back her earring and we discuss the on it. I mentioned that lately I've been misplacing random and consequential stuff like staplers, and she looks at me and she goes, "That's weird." Me too. Our housemate gets home and we mention it and he goes, "Oh, that's so weird. My razor vanished for a while and I found it back on my sink one day." So basically we're all convinced there was a friendly ghost attached to that house that just misplaced things to let us know they were present. I was 15ish and babysitting a neighbor girl down the road from my parents' house. The house was older, but I never thought it was creepy. They also had this awful red terrier that would bark at everything. Worst dog ever. Once the girl went to bed, I sat in the living room and was watching TV. The dog started freaking out, but instead of barking at the door like normal, she started barking at the corner of the room. Then she would run to another room and bark and come back to where I was like she was following something. Finally, she stayed in the kitchen barking for a solid 2 minutes. Afraid that she was going to wake the girl up, I went into the kitchen to quiet her down. When I walked in, I froze and saw that every single cabinet door in the kitchen was open. All of them. I grabbed the dog and ran to the living room. After she stopped barking, I went back into the kitchen and closed everything. Thankfully, the dad finally came home soon after. I refused to go back and my parents never believed me. I still get freaked out when I think about it. My boyfriend and I woke up in separate parts of the house in hysterics, naked and covered in sweat. When we both finally calmed down and talked, we realized we had the same dream of being surrounded by a group of black and white people with no house. That's gonna be a no for me, dog. I am from the Indian town of Bhubaneswar. I have never quite believed in supernatural or anything outside the purview of science. This creepy incident happened the time my grandmother died. Being a traditional family, we performed numerous rituals for her so-called heavenly abode to be pleasant. Most of these rituals don't make sense to me, nor do they do now that I decided against questioning at the time. It was lonely and everyone was mourning. One of these rituals was the preservation of lights inside a closed container. As part of the ritual, their kids, which included my father, are supposed to make a journey taking her corpse from Bhubaneswar to the holy city of Puri, around 50 kms, where the Jagannath temple resides, and her sons are supposed to burn her there, perform the puja and set the ashes on its path to the Bay of Bengal. Meanwhile, there will be a container placed in our home in her room where she used to live, which will be filled with sand up to a certain level, and a light earth in the lamp is supposed to be put in. The whole container will be covered completely, and the room is locked from outside for no one to enter the room till the sons arrive back to home and then unlock the room. Apparently, there are supposed to be shapes formed on the sand which will tell the path that she will take to the heaven. I was also told that when my grandfather died, the shape formed was that of a ladder, which was interpreted as if going to heaven in a ladder or steps. I of course thought all this was pure idiocy and didn't believe it. Cut to when my father and his brothers returned from the holy city of Puri, and then the room was unlocked and the container was opened after that, and what I saw surprised and freaked me out. I could clearly see wheel shapes being formed on all the sides of the earth and land, all deep in my language. The wheel shapes were not barely visible. I even took a photo, doc, they were clearly visible. Grandmother writing set up pic. It still creeps me out how it is possible. Edit. It was interpreted that she is going to heaven in a chariot. I don't smoke and I don't have many friends who do, but I keep several ashtrays at home, just in case. So, one day, about a year ago, I was looking for some papers and I found one of those ashtrays in one of the cupboards. It was completely empty and quite clean, BTW. I was pretty busy that day, so instead of putting the ashtray back in the cupboard, I just laid it on the kitchen table and went to do some repair work in the garage. I returned inside the house about an hour later, and the ashtray, still lying on the kitchen table, was filled with cigarette ash. No cigarette butts, just ash. I felt a faint scent of cigarette smoke in the house, definitely not as strong as I would have expected, judging by the amount of ash. Like I said, the ashtray was definitely empty and clean when I found it and put it on the table. I took a kitchen knife and carefully searched the entire house. Nobody was there. I checked all the doors and windows. They were locked. Then I searched the house again, checking was any cash or valuables missing, but it was all there. I called all my friends, even non-smokers, and asked them did they happen to drop by my house that day. They all said no.
Talpa de Allende, Jalisco. Un pueblo pintoresco que no es lo que parece. Aquí se entrenó a Francisco para ser una máquina de guerra. Es una escuela.
Un lugar donde se crea música por la espalda, muchos pobres. Vives acostado al lado del cuerpo. Ves cómo matan. Pero en la casa, ¿no? Vives en la mano.
Lo que Francisco llama la escuela del terror. Es un largo campamento clandestino donde el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación entrenó contra su voluntad a 19 personas para convertirlas en asesinos. El cártel presente en 28 de los 32 estados del país, según el gobierno mexicano, se ha especializado en reclutar y fabricar sicarios.
Te hacen meterte miedo en las venas, en los sueños. Pierdes todo.
Fue en 2018 cuando a Francisco lo reclutaron para ser aparentemente guardia privado de seguridad en Villahermosa, pero todo era un engaño. Fue trasladado con otras 18 personas a Talpa, el lugar del campamento, donde permanecería por 3 meses, de abril a junio de 2018.
Y ya estaba ahí, llegó una persona que estaba muy popular, y nos dijo, bueno, ya están aquí, y que si quieren que se repita, y corto cartucho con la pistola. Aquí la única forma de que vayas a como estaba.
Todos callaron y bajaron la mirada.
Y vienen a comentar los videos que ven de destapados, bateas, cabezas por todos lados, pensás en alguien, claro que sí, pensé en ese tipo.
Después Francisco y los otros 18 fueron llevados a lugares ocultos en la Sierra de Talpa, por caminos de terracería y a bordo de camionetas.
Otro día vimos que la verdad se paró y se pararon todas, y nada más del vidrio sacaron una mano con una pistola, y automáticamente salió un poco. Y pasábamos todos, volvieron a soltar los tiros, y se volvió a cerrar el portón.
Así llegaron al lugar exacto del campamento.
Nos desnudaron por completo, que no lleváramos nada ajeno. Tenían una batería de carro y nos mojaban y te decían que lavara los dos para que si llevabas algún micrófono o algo que te enterrado en la carne se quemara. Del tan fuerte que fue el toque, yo prácticamente morí.
El entrenamiento empezaría con el manejo de armas cortas y largas, desde las escuadras hasta los cuernos de chivo o lanzacohetes, similar al usado por el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación para derribar en mayo de 2015 un helicóptero del ejército mexicano. En ese adiestramiento, un error podría ser fatal, como el que cometió un joven que no pudo armar una pistola.
Y en un abrir y cerrar de ojos, lo que nosotros estábamos acá, como todo. Estas personas no sirven, dice, porque en la noche lo va a ganar el pánico, dice, y va a agarrar un cuerno de chivo y nos va a matar a todos. Esto no sirve, dice. Échale ganas y nos iban a quedar todos.
Comenzaría lo que ellos llaman el bautizo, y lo harían con el cuerpo del recién asesinado.
¿Cuál es la regla número 1? Y los comandantes dijeron, si no hay cuerpo, no hay delito que perseguir. Ok, dice, a ver, ven para acá tú, greñudo, dice, córtale la mano, dice, sin miedo, y el tipo todavía estaba, señor, pero no lo quieres hacer, yo no dije que no lo quieres hacer, y sabías que si decías que no te iban a matar, y agarró el chavo la mano, temblando igual, y pues cortarle la mano. Ahora me cortó quitarle la parte de aquí, no tuve que hacer, no había opción, no tienes opción, el miedo, la sangre.
Y así pasaron todos. Cuando Francisco lo recuerda, fija la mirada en un punto, como si se ausentara.
Entonces a otro, que quizás ellos detectaron que era el más tímido de nosotros, dijeron, a ver para acá, córtale la cabeza. Empezó a cortar la cabeza. Ahora, es esa piedra que está allá, dice, machaca la cabeza con esa piedra. Y empezó a tirar los pedazos más fuerte, dice, que no quede nada, que quede como una máscara porque te la vas a poner ahorita. Y volaban pedazos de dientes, pedazos de la dentadura, masa cefálica.
Tras cercenar el cuerpo, los obligaron a comérselo como parte del bautizo.
Yo fui el primero y me dije, no se vende vomitar. Y volteé a ver al jefe de la plaza Santo Bautizo, lo dices. Y lo agarré sin dejar de mirarlo, y lo comí y lo traté de mascar y no pasé. Y fueron pasando los otros hubo uno que no se lo pudo comer, lo vomitó y se lo levantaron con tierra, con el teléfono. Es la última oportunidad que tengo.
Las prácticas de canibalismo que describe Francisco coinciden con la versión de un grupo de sicarios del cártel detenidos en julio pasado, quienes declararon que lo hacían para volverse insensibles. La Fiscalía de Jalisco ha descubierto al menos 5 campamentos que el cártel operaba como centros clandestinos de entrenamiento y narcolaboratorios, además de que se han ubicado otros en Veracruz y en Tabasco. Durante su relato, Francisco cuenta que algunos días despejados veía a lo lejos algunas calles de Talpa y se imaginaba que antes de volver a caminar por ellas, ya lo había matado.
Llegaron ellos y te pegaban así. Levántate, que bien que lo bajaras y ponías una rueda. Escuchabas cómo cortaban cartucho ellos. Ese era el miedo más grande era el miedo que te hacía agarrar fuerza.
Esto solo fue la primera fase de un cautiverio de 3 meses. Lo que vendría después sería el peor de los escenarios. Jalisco es tierra del tequila y la música, pero también de las 7,000 desapariciones, los 2,000 asesinatos el año pasado y el bastión de la organización criminal más poderosa de México, que ha creado la escuela del terror para tener su propio ejército de sicarios. Francisco llegó a ser, contra su voluntad, uno de ellos. En mayo de 2018 ya había pasado un mes en el campamento y las pruebas se hacían insoportables para los 19 hombres que formaban el club.
Llevaron como 10 pollos asados y dijo, los huesos me los van a poner aquí en este traste. ¿Ok? Sí. Entonces agarraron y dijeron, hoy vamos a pasar una prueba, todo lo que han aprendido, serénense, no la vayan a regar, no quiero matar a nadie.
Fue la advertencia del jefe de sicarios. Era mediodía, el sol caía a plomo. Los obligaron a ponerse 2 chamarras gruesas y a sostener el cuerno de chivo en posición de disparo. Bajo ninguna circunstancia podían moverse durante 1 hora.
Y en los pies nos pusieron los huesos de todo. Y nos empezamos a pegar por la roja. Nos empezaron a picar horribles. Y hubo uno que, hizo así, un balazo por esta parte de aquí. Gente dijo que levantarse el pie. Al momento de levantar el pie se te va a ir un tiro y le vas a matar a un compañero. Otra posición, y las hormigas llegan y nos están picando. Por eso, sabes que si no lo haces te van a matar. Si no cumples, esto es parece cuando te metan un plomazo en la pata y se en el brazo, el dolor sea volado y tienes que salvar tu vida.
Los encargados de impartir este entrenamiento extremo eran expertos en técnicas y tácticas militares contratados por el cártel para adiestrar a los futuros asesinos. Expertos como este excomandante de investigaciones de la policía mexicana.
Entonces, el entrenamiento que reciben, vamos a decir que es profesional. Y también se sabe que hay policías en activo que pertenecen al cártel.
Francisco asegura que también fue entrenado por agentes estadounidenses. Cuestionado por Noticias Telemundo Investiga, el Pentágono respondió que desconoce las actividades de los militares que no están en activo, como los que conoció Francisco.
¿Quién los entrena? Los entrenan los que es desertores, traidores. El alto mando, el jefe del cartel, se había comprado a marinos, luego fue a su orden, pues, ahí marinos, ahí nadie de los Estados Unidos, hay fuerzas bélicas.
Cuando Francisco habla del alto mando, se refiere a Nemesio Ceguera Cervantes, alias El Mencho, considerado el jefe del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación. En su historial figura el ataque al ejército en Huachinango en 2014 con 4 soldados muertos. En 2015 la emboscada en San Sebastián del Oeste con 15 oficiales fallecidos. Un nivel de violencia que solo es posible con un ejército de diputados.
Solamente en 2013, 2014, este grupo tenía como unos 3,000 soldados. Estamos hablando de gente que son soldados directamente trabajando para el Mencho.
Antes era el Chapo, ahora es el Mencho. por quien el gobierno de Estados Unidos ofrece una recompensa de $10 millones y quien ha implementado las reglas de oro para mantener un estricto control en el cártel. Por ejemplo, no mostrar armas en público, decir siempre la verdad, no encariñarse con nadie y nunca matar sin orden del jefe.
Y la regla más emblemática de ellos es de que no vienen de mujeres para reclutarlos y para matar.
Hablamos de niños
no niños menores de 10 años.
O sea, que hay de 13,
Sí,
hay reclutados de 12.
claro.
Otra de las reglas de oro es matar a los chismosos. Así el cártel mantiene su operatividad y control sobre su trabajo.
Uno de nosotros cometió la estupidez de decirle a alguien dónde estábamos y esa persona, una mujer que era su amante, creo que él le dijo dónde estábamos y la tipa llegó hasta allá, lo golpearon, lo amarraron. Yo recuerdo que con un pico lo mató. No, o sea, hasta que le fue haciendo huevos en la cabeza.
Desde 2011, el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación se disputa el territorio con los Zetas y Francisco ha sido testigo de ello.
Había momentos que yo nunca había visto, que no había tenido mis manos de las granadas, empezaron a llegar cohetes y todo eso. Todo listo para unir a las competencias.
Francisco continúa su relato. Asegura que durante su cautiverio su familia recibió $170 semanales, lo que le hizo soportar más el maltrato.
Gran parte de los huesos pues, también desapareció.
Ya llevaba 2 meses de cautiverio. Le restaría uno para culminar el entrenamiento y ser, contra su voluntad, sicario del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación.
Y al día siguiente dijo, prepárense chamaco, y dice, hoy les tenemos fiesta ya de graduación, una fiesta de gala prácticamente del grupo norteños. Llegaron como 20 mujeres pagadas para prostitutas, sí, prostitutas, puro whisky, etiqueta azul, camarones, carnes, todo eso, quesadillas.
Pero ese sería solo un grupo, porque para mantener su poder, el cártel tiene que reproducirse y para hacerlo, utiliza el reclutamiento forzado. No solo fue Francisco, sino decenas de jóvenes más. Alba de Allende, donde estuvo secuestrado Francisco, es el corazón del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación. Un pueblo controlado por mano dura por este grupo criminal que impone su ley.
Y que la gente, de cierto modo, les tiene un respeto a ellos por lo que hacen por el pueblo. Ahí no hay secuestradores, no hay extorsionadores, no hay violadores, no hay rateros.
O sea, no se roban carro.
No porque ellos lo capturan rapidito y lo hacen.
¿Por qué estás aquí? Por secuestro.
En mayo de 2018 se difundió este video a través de redes sociales, donde se ve cómo miembros del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación detuvieron a 4 secuestradores. O sea, funcionan como una especie de justicieros.
De justicieros, exactamente.
Por eso, dice Francisco, el jefe del cártel, Nemesio Ceguera Cervantes, el Mencho, se pasea por sus calles sin ningún temor a ser detenido o delatado.
Pues así había gente que lo llegaba a ver a él, donde lo veía, y le decía, y sí, no, necesito un par de muletas para tal persona, no, las ahorita las pago. Necesito una silla de ruedas, necesito penicilina para tal persona. Y el pasado y parado. Y claro que cuando había operación, la gente se dejaba entrar a la casa.
El cártel incluso reparte juguetes como lo hizo el pasado 30 de abril en Veracruz con motivo del Día del Niño. Pero esa ayuda contrasta con sus acciones. Los secuestros y los asesinatos. En un país con más de 40,000 desaparecidos, Jalisco es el estado donde más personas desaparecen, 7,000 según el último registro oficial. Acaban muertos o siendo soldados del cártel.
Había albañiles, carpinteros, mecánicos, guardias de seguridad de antros, había licenciados, portadores.
¿Dónde están? Es la pregunta que no deja dormir a Cabo. Hace su hijo Antonio Blancas, de 23 años. Le ofrecieron un empleo de guardia de seguridad a través de Internet. El 17 de mayo de 2017 se desplazó a Tala, Jalisco, para empezar a trabajar.
Y le tenía 12 años. Y estaba triste, cabizbajo, como amenaza. Ya no sonreí. No me besé en la frente y se baja corriendo. En un minuto desapareció.
Según el relato de Carmen, un vehículo que transportaba a otros jóvenes pasó por su casa para recoger a Antonio. Todos sin saberlo irían a Tala sí, pero trabajar en contra de su voluntad para el cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación.
No me meto al pez. Empiezo a meterme en desaparecidos. ¿Qué te gusta? Que empecé a las 9 y eran 3 de la mañana y seguía la página. No tenía idea de todo lo que se había desaparecido.
La Fiscalía de Jalisco confirmó que el cártel reclutó a jóvenes en Tala cuando desmanteló un narcocampamento en ese municipio en julio de 2017, 2 meses después de la desaparición de Antonio.
Se sabe que entre un promedio de 50 a 60 sujetos son los que resguardaban a un promedio de 40 personas que tenían reclutadas.
Omar y Ana son padres de Miguel y Omar, actualmente de 28 y 26 años de edad, quienes fueron secuestrados en febrero de 2012 en Zapopan, Jalisco.
Lo que hicieron con ellos fue venderlos a otro grupo, porque ya no les hicieron para lo que ellos querían. Entonces, o los matan o los venden para otro grupo, para pues, deshacerse del problema de ellos.
A Omar y a Miguel los obligaron a trabajar en la producción de metanfetamina, según la versión que conocieron por parte de otro de ellos, quien aseguró haber escapado del mismo campamento donde estaban sus hijos en Yagualica. Allí el ejército mexicano desmanteló en 2015 un narco. Para que no lo Ana, por lo bueno de esperanza en volverlos a tomar en cambio. Los
déjalo nomás voltea eso porque este lo trae como estaba. Ok, está bien.
Y Carmen, la madre de Antonio, prefiere tener un hijo muerto a tener un hijo convertido en sicario.
Y que otra persona venga, lo golpee, que lo maltrate. No puede ser posible.
Francisco tuvo suerte. 3 meses después de su cautiverio pudo liberarse del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación, gracias al permiso del jefe del campamento para ponerse los tenis, como le llaman cuando alguien deja al grupo criminal. Le salvó su lealtad mientras estuvo de él. El terror que vivió dejó marcas tan grandes que ni muerto, dice, podrán borrarse.
Cuando al principio me trataba, que tenías que es una escuela de bueno. ¿Podrías repetir? La escuela del terror. Es eso, es miedo. Es enseñanza. Nunca nadie me enseñó a usar un arma. Es poder. Soberbia. Pánico. Pero cuando juntas todo eso en una sola persona, eso se cae.
आज तक आपके साथ में रहा बात है मैं पेरिस अभी लाया था इसकी और बगदादी क्लासेस से करा रहा है लेकिन इस पेरिस के दर्द के सवाल
ये उठ रहा है कि आईएसआई है कौन और ये किस तरह से दहशत फैला रहा है पूरी दुनिया में और पूरी दुनिया के लिए बन गया है
Our coalition is intensifying our airstrikes.
वैसे तो दुनिया को विकास की पटरी पर सर पर दौड़ाने के लिए तुर्की के अंताल्या में G20 के शिखर नेता पहुंचे, लेकिन पेरिस पर आतंकी हमले से बहस की दिशा हो गई। अब सवाल ये था कि आईएस के आतंकी पंजे से दुनिया को बचाया कैसे जाए, लेकिन इससे भी बड़ा सवाल उठा कि आईएस और बगदादी को मदद कौन कर रहा है। कौन कर रहा है आईएस की मदद? जिन देशों से हो रही आईएस को फंडिंग, आईएस के आतंक को लेकर इन देशों का है तो बड़ा रवैया। और सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये कि दुनिया में कौन है बगदादी के वो 40 आका जिनकी तरफ रूसी राष्ट्रपति व्लादिमीर पुतिन ने इशारा किया। रूसी राष्ट्रपति व्लादिमीर पुतिन ने छेड़ दिया कि आईएस की मदद दुनिया के 40 बड़े देश कर रहे हैं। पुतिन ने उस G20 देशों पर रेत उठाई जिसकी बैठक में आतंक और हंगामा मचा।
आईएसआईएस पर हमने G20 देशों से अपनी खुफिया जानकारियां साझा की हैं। मैंने उदाहरण के साथ बताया है कि कैसे आईएस पर करीब 40 मुल्कों से पैसा पहुंच रहा है। इसमें हमारे G20 के साथी देश भी शामिल हैं। आईएस का गैर कानूनी कारोबार करता है, इसे भी तुरंत प्रभाव से खत्म करने की जरूरत है।
हम आपको विस्तार से बताएंगे कि आतंक पर बड़े और अमीर देशों के पाखंडी रवैये को कैसे पुतिन ने बेनकाब किया। लेकिन पहले आपका ये जानना जरूरी कि वो कौन से देश हैं जो आतंक का रोना गिरोते हैं और आईएस की भरपूर मदद भी कर रहे हैं। आज तक कुछ सूत्रों से मिली जानकारी के मुताबिक इस सूची में सबसे ऊपर अमेरिका का ही नाम। अमेरिका के अलावा आईएस का ताजा हमला झेल रहा फ्रांस, ब्रिटेन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, मेक्सिको, कनाडा, इजराइल, अर्जेंटीना, तुर्की, सऊदी अरब, कतर, यूएई, कुवैत, बहरीन, इंडोनेशिया, लीबिया जैसे देश भी रुपए पैसे से बगदादी की मदद करते हैं। इन देशों में अमेरिका, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, फ्रांस, ब्रिटेन, मेक्सिको, कनाडा, सऊदी अरब, तुर्की जैसे देश तो उसी G20 की शोभा बढ़ाते हैं जिन पर पुतिन ने उंगली उठाई।
$500 बिलियन का उनकी डील है सऊदी अरेबिया, कतार के लिए, कुवैत का, यूएई का, अमेरिकन का और वेस्टर्न और उनके हाथ में आ गया। अभी उनका फॉरेन पॉलिसी ओनली डिपेंड ऑन इंटरेस्ट। फॉरेन पॉलिसी ये है उनकी मिलिट्री इक्विपमेंट वहां पर बेचने के लिए, और उसके बाद ये वाले लोग जो लोग वहां पर कर रहे हैं उनकी जो आप मर्जी करें।
ये दूसरी बात है कि अमेरिका आईएस को नेस्तनाबूद करने की इनकार कर रहा है।
Even as we agree with our French friends, we can't lose sight that there has been progress being made. On the military front, our coalition is intensifying our airstrikes, more than 8,000 to date. We're taking out ISIL leaders, commanders, their killers. We've seen that when we have an effective partner on the ground, ISIL can and is pushed back.
तुर्की की राजधानी में बैठकर G20 देशों के जिस 20 शिखर नेताओं ने आईएस के खिलाफ जंग का ऐलान किया, उन देशों में दुनिया की 2/3 आबादी रहती है और दुनिया के सकल घरेलू उत्पाद के 85% हिस्से पर इनका ही कब्जा। वैसे ही दुनिया का 75% कारोबार यही 20 देश करते हैं। तो क्या दुनिया भर में पहले बगदादी के वो 40 आका अपनी गलतियों से सबक लेंगे और बगदादी के आतंक का खात्मा करेंगे?
मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल के कुएं और उनकी राजनीति सारी दुनिया के लिए पहेली बना हुआ है। एक ओर अमेरिका और रूस जहां आतंकवाद मिटाने की बात कर रहा है, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ मिडिल ईस्ट के राज्य और उनकी सत्ताओं को समर्थन भी बड़े स्तर पर किया जा रहा है। G20 के देश भी कुछ इसी तरीके का खेल खेलते हैं, जिसकी वजह ये होता है कि ISIS जैसे आतंकी संगठन पैदा होते हैं जो सारी दुनिया के लिए खतरा बना हुआ है। दिल्ली से कैमरामैन सुधीर के साथ जितेंद्र सिंह, आज तक।
रूसी राष्ट्रपति व्लादिमीर पुतिन ने G20 के देशों पर भी उंगली उठाई है कि बगदादी को बनाने और उसकी आतंक को चमकाने में इनके भी कुछ देशों का हाथ है। तो क्या उनका इशारा सीधे अमेरिका की तरफ है? अगर आप जानकारों की माने और खाड़ी देशों में अमेरिका की मौजूदगी को देखें तो ये सवाल वहां भी खड़ा
है। इंसानियत का कत्ल हर रोज IS की आतंकी करते हैं और इसके लिए उन्हें हजारों करोड़ की रकम मिलती है। बस एक साल में IS की तिजोरी में हजारों करोड़ रुपए कहां से आ गए? बस एक साल में ब्रिटेन से भी बड़ा रकबा कैसे IS के कब्जे वाले सीरिया, इराक और लीबिया के इलाकों का हो गया? बस एक साल में कैसे बगदादी के आतंकवादियों के पास जितने हथियार आ गए जो कई देशों के पास नहीं? इस सवाल का जवाब जानने के लिए वक्त की उंगली पकड़कर आपको 4 साल पीछे जाना होगा। 2011 में इराक से बेगुना वापस लौट गई। उस वक्त तक अबू बकर अल बगदादी अल-कायदा का चीफ था। इसी इराक में सत्ता के लिए जगह बनी तो उसके मंसूबे जारी हुए। उसने अल-कायदा इराक का नाम बदलकर नया नाम रख लिया ISI, यानी इस्लामिक स्टेट ऑफ इराक। तब तक सीरिया में राष्ट्रपति असद के खिलाफ फ्री सीरियन आर्मी ने मोर्चा संभाला तो अमेरिका ने फ्री सीरियन आर्मी को डॉलर से लेकर हथियारों तक से मदद पहुंचानी शुरू कर दी। बगदादी ने मौका ताड़ा और अपने संगठन का नाम बदलकर इस्लामिक स्टेट ऑफ इराक एंड सीरिया यानी ISIS कर दिया। जब जून 2013 में फ्री सीरियन आर्मी की मदद के लिए अमेरिका ने इजराइल, जॉर्डन, तुर्की, सऊदी अरब और कतर से हथियार, पैसे और ट्रेनिंग देना शुरू किया तो उसी फ्री आर्मी में बगदादी के आतंकी भी शामिल हो गए। फिर तो सारे आधुनिक हथियार, एंटी टैंक मिसाइल, गोला बारूद सब कुछ बगदादी के आतंकियों को मिलने लगे, बल्कि उस पर IS का कब्जा। तब अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा बार बार सीरिया के बागियों की मदद की गुहार लगाते।
ISI की शुरुआत तो अमेरिका, सऊदी अरबिया और कतर के माध्यम से इन्होंने इसको खड़ा किया असद को रजीम चेंज करने के लिए।
जुलाई 2014 में ईरान के अखबार तेहरान टाइम्स को दिया गया एडवर्ड स्नोडेन का इंटरव्यू IS को बढ़ाने में अमेरिकी मदद की एक और थियरी का खुलासा करता है। एडवर्ड स्नोडेन वही शख्स है जिन्होंने 2013 में अमेरिका की नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी के मकर जाल का खुलासा किया था। स्नोडेन के मुताबिक अमेरिका ने ब्रिटेन और इजराइल के साथ मिलकर बगदादी के संगठन IS को मजबूत किया। इस प्लान को बिहाई यानी मधुमक्खी का छत्ता कोड दे दिया गया। मकसद था कि इजराइल के आसपास वाले देशों में आतंकवाद की ऐसी ताकत खड़ी की जाए जिससे इजराइल विरोधी देश उलझकर रह जाए और इजराइल सुरक्षित रहे। स्नोडेन के मुताबिक इजराइल ने खुद साल भर बगदादी को हथियार चलाने की ट्रेनिंग दी। खुद अमेरिका ने बगदादी से मिडिल ईस्ट में अपने दुश्मनों पर हमला कराया और मध्य एशियाई मुल्कों में आतंक फैलाकर अपनी सेनाओं को इन देशों में भेजा। कहा तो यहाँ तक जाता है कि तेल के खेल से ईरान और सीरिया में बगदादी नाम का आतंकी जिन पैदा हुआ। सीरिया, लीबिया और इराक तीनों ही तेल के लिहाज से काफी अमीर हैं। अमेरिका के बारे में कहा जाता है कि वहां से तेल निकालने के लिए अमेरिका ने ISIS को आगे बढ़ाया और इसमें अमेरिका की मदद सऊदी अरब और तुर्की ने की। जानकारों का मानना है कि तेल के इस खेल में IS को रोजाना 26 करोड़ 50 लाख रुपए आता है।
तेल के आते और अफ्रीका के देश और वहाँ पर सरकार और टैक्सेस लगाने और भारत अभी $10 बिलियन का जो ट्रेड में तुर्की में जो आ रहा है $10 बिलियन तो उसका कहा कहाँ से आते हैं, आप बोलो कहाँ से आए थे। और अमेरिकन मालूम भी हो गया, फ्रांस मालूम हो गया, ब्रिटिश मालूम हो गया, तुर्की मालूम हो रहा है, सारे लोग वहाँ पर सऊदी अरेबिया वाले लोग मुस्लिम से बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर बैठे रहे उसके साथ, उन्होंने कुछ ताकत दिखा रहे, वो अलग काम करोगे कहाँ से आते कहाँ से लेंगे।
मासूमों का खून बहाने वाले आईएसआईएस के आतंकियों पर G20 ने ये कहा है कि इन आतंकियों को नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया जाएगा। और यहाँ पर सवाल ये उठता है कि आखिर इन आईएसआईएस आतंकियों के पास कहाँ से फंडिंग होती है, इनके पास आधुनिक हथियार किन देशों के जरिए आते हैं, इस पर भी अब दुनिया को सोचना होगा और से पर्दाफाश करना होगा।
आकाओं ने तो सोचा था कि बगदादी उनका गुलाम बनकर रहेगा, लेकिन वो तो दुनिया को ही अपने आतंक का गुलाम बनाने चला है। जितेंद्र बहादुर सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
अगर दुनिया के तमाम देशों में बगदादी की मदद नहीं की होती तो वो ओसामा बिन लादेन से भी बड़ा आतंकवादी नहीं बनता। आलम ये है कि एक साल में उसने हजारों करोड़ रुपए बना लिए हैं और उसके आतंकियों का जाल इतने देशों में फैल चुका है कि उससे लड़ना बहुत बड़े ऑपरेशन की मांग है।
जिन 40 देशों पर बगदादी की मददगारी का आरोप रूसी राष्ट्रपति व्लादिमीर पुतिन लगा रहे हैं, उनमें से कई देशों से ज्यादा ताकतवर तो बगदादी ही बन चुका है। पिछले साल आईएस ने 4000 करोड़ जबर वसूली और टैक्स से कमाए, 3500 करोड़ रुपए इराक के बैंक से लूटे, 660 करोड़ रुपए कच्चा तेल बेचकर कमाए, 132 करोड़ रुपए अपहरण से मिलने वाले विरोध में, यानी एक साल में आईएसआईएस ने करीब 8300 करोड़ रुपए कमा लिए। हालांकि यह है कि ब्रिटेन का रकबा 2,42,495 वर्ग किलोमीटर, जबकि आईएसआईएस ने इराक, सीरिया, लेबनान, लीबिया, सऊदी अरब, नाइजीरिया, कुवैत और अफगानिस्तान की जिन इलाकों पर कब्जा किया, उनका रकबा करीब 3 लाख वर्ग किलोमीटर।
इन्होंने कई ऑयल फील्ड्स सीरिया में और इराक में पकड़ ली और वो जो ऑयल वहां से प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उसको इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में बेच रहे हैं और वहां से फंड आ रहे हैं। उससे इन्होंने वहां पे इराक के और सीरिया के बैंक्स को लूटा, बैंक से फंडिंग आई है। फिर बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जो आर्टिफैक्ट्स होते हैं, जो आर्ट के ट्रेजर होते हैं, उनको लूट के उनको इंस्ट्रूमेंट वगैरह में बेचा, उसके माध्यम से फिर एक्सटॉर्शन के माध्यम से फिर बहुत बड़े पैमाने से जो इनके साथ जुड़े हैं, डोनेशन है मांगे सोशल मीडिया से, उनको खुफिया प्रकार से जैसे आप कहते हैं मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग द्वारा उसके माध्यम से ड्रग ट्रैफिक के माध्यम से उन्हें पैसा कटाएंगे।
इसमें कोई शक नहीं कि बगदादी को दुनिया के कुछ देशों ने छिपकर कुछ न कुछ खुला मदद पहुंचाई और इस मदद से बगदादी ने आतंकवादियों की सबसे बड़ी फौज खड़ी कर दी। अमेरिकी खुफिया एजेंसी सीआईए के मुताबिक आईएसआईएस के पास 20 से 35 हजार तक आतंकवादी होंगे। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक करीब 80 देशों में उनके आतंकवादियों का जाल फैला हुआ है। अमेरिका का कहना है कि एक साल में उसने आईएसआईएस से लड़ने के लिए करीब 30,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए। फिर भी बगदादी की कमर टूटी नहीं। ओबामा को भी लगा कि कुछ लोग अंदर से उससे मिले थे। बगदादी के खिलाफ जब शुरू हो गई, बस इंतजार उसके अंजाम का। जितेंद्र बहादुर सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
ये सवाल पूछ रहा है कि बगदादी को बगदादी आखिरकार किसने बनाया। पश्चिम के तमाम देश शक और सवालों के घेरे में है, लेकिन हाँ, हिंदुस्तान में शुरू से ही आतंकवाद के खिलाफ ईमानदार लड़ाई लड़ी है, वो आज की जाए।
आईएसआईएस का झंडा बहुत समय से पाकिस्तान की विषय पर कश्मीर खंड में फहराया जाता रहा है, लेकिन पेरिस पर आतंकी हमले के बाद अब हिंदुस्तान में भी अलर्ट है।
मैं सोचता हूँ कि आईएसआईएस का खतरा एक देश का खतरा नहीं, ये ग्लोबली और सभी देशों को मिलजुल कर इसका मुकाबला करना और भारत भी इस संबंध में पूरी तरह से सजग है। सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर जो भी आवश्यक जो भी स्टेप्स लेने होंगे और आवश्यक स्टेप्स हम लेंगे।
यह खतरा उन देशों के दूतावास पर भी, जिनमें से कुछ पर भविष्य में आईएसआईएस की मदद करने का आरोप लगे। श्रीमद्राज यूनिवर्सिटी में फ्रांस, अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड, जर्मनी, रूस, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, टर्की और इजराइल के दूतावास की सुरक्षा बढ़ाने को लेकर निर्देश जारी किए गए। भारत को हमेशा से आतंक का सामना करता रहा, चाहे वो ओसामा का आतंक हो या तालिबान का या फिर पाकिस्तान के फरोग करने वाले हाफिज सईद का। लेकिन पेरिस में हमला हुआ तो पश्चिम के देशों की नींद खुली है। नितिन बहादुर सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
Lala Kubrita, la María Romanta, que se ve.
Early what? Coronavirus on Facebook.
IDF today revealed what it is calling a Hezbollah terror network in the Syrian Golan Heights. The Israeli army says the Lebanese terror cell, which is not yet operational, is led by a Hezbollah commander, Ali Yusuf, who was previously jailed over the killing of American soldiers in Iraq. According to the IDF, the cell is designed to attack Israel when given the order. Israel has attacked multiple Hezbollah targets in Syria, it will not allow Iran to turn the country into a second front against the Jewish state.
Buenas noches, Iran establishing intel infrastructure on the Golan capable of striking Israeli civilians. 2. We hold the Syrian regime responsible for anything that happens inside Syria aimed at Israel. 3. We expect the Syrian regime to implement the 1974 agreement just as we are doing. And 4. Anyone who cares about regional stability should be concerned about the fact that Hezbollah is trying to build a terror network on our coast. Take the Syrian defense force
also said this was the network rising of human individuals against the big deal.
So there is definitely conflict in regards to what the Israeli defense establishment and the Israeli politicians are saying about this reveal, whether or not it is a formidable threat from a former high-ranking commander, who was saying that this is really just a lot of mostly statement politics and partisan. We're talking about a pre-election campaign when this sort of message is coming out. That being said, given the fact that after recent strikes, commanders are suggesting it is important to look at also a little bit skeptically, given the fact that actually that year alongside COVID further down the road.
Regardless of the moral interest, we also have seen a switch in terms of Israel's assertiveness and willingness to take responsibility and acknowledge what is happening on the world international agenda.
At least with one thing, he started to attribute it to Israel. Israeli military on the way out of the country. He said that Israel struck the these really the armies fell towards the place that you can see looking to the border with Syria and extremely close by. It's been over a decade now in those parts and has the infrastructure to consume those that are looking to establish a military front. So in that case, it is important to look at this with some degree of concern. This is an area very close to Israel, and it's also something that the security establishment at large in Libya, the Syrian civil war, has been aware of. And only points left as a result of Assad's progress invading this area of the Syrian Golan. And those are organizations like Hezbollah. So in that
Basically, 90 to 95% of our customers are the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force. We also deal with federal agents such as the CIA, NSA, FBI, as well as some government defense. Our mission is to building and launching important systems. We can build them with most of the modern that there's no limitation. And also the lead time to get these facilities built is much faster than that. Most of our manufacturing is done right here in Florida, in Panama City and also in Central Florida. The usual amount of these sites in one of these units, from start to finish, is anywhere from 90 to 120.
Wonderful and timely song tonight. I appreciate investing in that song. I would have tonight to grab your copy of the Word of God and turn to Isaiah chapter 55.
When the government can't, God can.
Isaiah chapter 55, verses 1 through 7. I believe that we live in a time of uncertainty, and through the Word of God, we can find exactly what we need to help us in our time of uncertainty, to realize that God is still on the throne, and to realize that we have a God that's still in control. And He tells us that in His Word, and gives us some amazing truths out of this passage in Isaiah chapter 55, and beginning in verses 1, and we're going to go down to verse 7. Please keep your Bibles open and give it a hand. We're right once again tonight. Some words in the margin of your Bible beside these verses that I believe will help you out in the days to come. If you would, we're going to read verses 1 through 7 together right now. The Bible says, "Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters. He that hath no money, come ye, buy and eat. Ye again, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which satisfies not? Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in fatness. Incline your ear, and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercy of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness and a leader in the name of his people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, a nation that should not be, shall run unto thee. Behold, the Lord thy God, for the Holy One of Israel, for he hath glorified thee. Seek ye Hey guys, I want to meet that the 157 government is a very popular rock. And there are many good reasons for this rock. If you own an old fun, a rifle chamber,
Protein Shop has every supplement imaginable and most interesting ways. Protein Shop has all the vitamin supplements so you save money today and get your supplements from one of the 5 Valley Line locations of the Protein Shop.
Yeah, man. You know, about to get a little money, get some shit, and go check out the pig, get a little money in the pig, and then we'll get some bar work, some push-ups. It's a nice, beautiful day out here in Southern California, man. Can't beat the weather, can't beat the environment. It's gonna be a solid day. We got the homie Big Week coming up, somewhere. I don't know where it's at. We're over here touring, cruising around, that fresh out life. Y'all hard right now, dog. You gotta get the hard one, dog. Next time, you better be ready, dog.
Go time.
So we see what time it is today.
We're often told that the world is our oyster. Lord is will, and we're all there is to know about it. But it's not allowed to go. For the secret Tuesday called to an island with thousands of space. Here are 15 forbidden places we're not allowed to visit. Before you get places, that like button, subscribe to our channel and click the notification bell for more amazing videos every day. That's exact. Let's begin. Number 15, the Vezuja Monument. On Mount Vezuja, at the site of a battle between the Ottoman Empire and the Bulgarian rebels in 1868, sits a building that's both unique and hypnotic. The building is known as the Vezuja Monument, as the former Bulgarian Communist Party headquarters. Like it's a former headquarters, but what's more like a UFO. Therefore, it is by the name of Bulgaria's UFO as a temporary restoration for it sits on a rolling hill nestled between forested gorges and rolling mountains and now lies abandoned. The monument was built in 1981 to both house the Bulgarian Communist Party and serve as monuments to historical events. However, after the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989, it was abandoned. So we started out doing a game of Fool's episode. We knew we had to turn it into a celebration with a wonderful car. What is this?
Let's say hello to Carl Triple T Brett. Oh,
I was chosen to be here for Carl's track.
This is the world of hard times. Las Vegas is a town filled with temptations, both legal and illegal. For many of those who lose control and fall into addiction, Clark County Detention Center is a regular stop. Every day, scores of addicts drive to the jail. And their journey starts by sobering up, with a first stop, the detox tank. First day,
I remember it. Couch there.
Worst.
I remember you cut the flowers. Makes you well here. I don't know if it's
20% of an operation. And the stark reality. Major rescues come in drunk or high.
Always have that laugh. Different one. Had to put it in the room.
Use that to overcome taxing the jail
in your room.
Despite the numbers, every
They just take it your room too.
How they got here. That's why
If you're after go to sleep. Pawn shop. 15-year anniversary for what? 50 years. Oh.
But they want to think buckets and be around forever.
5 months ago, he was sentenced to a year for possession of a stolen vehicle. For a year, he was to serve out of his home, but he violated the terms of his house arrest, turning to what he knows best. With here, wait, go, sleep, now, go to
So you're pretty much going to be back.
This is Billy Kimball's first visit to jail in the last 3 years. Petty theft and drug charges lining his record list. It all began 24 years ago with a single drug-fueled robbery that changed his entire life. And now he died. I was tripping. I was high. I got even higher after that because I didn't want to think about it. I was so high, I didn't know what was going on. Somebody told my dad. My dad took down to where I was at, grabbed me, threw me in the truck, made me show him where the guy was at. And I saw the hurt in my dad's eyes. He go with us. He saved my life. Look, prison.
Why'd you go now?
$300 Billy did 20 years of part-time in the Arizona Department of Corrections. Now, 4 years out, it seems he's stuck in his addiction.
Look who's in there. You know, they don't send the right to jail. So you're with the scum of Vegas. And it sucks that I say that because
Tonight, Billy will start to sober up, but the real challenges lie ahead. To face the consequences of his choices, get back out on the streets, and stay sober. If not, doing time may be the only life he ever knows. Thousands of addicts pass through the Clark County Detention Center every year. For most of these inmates, their addiction is now calling the shots.
Unfortunately, when they come in and they're combative and they're cursing at you, name calling, and then you see their emotions, you see the emotional side. If they're coming down on things, you see them dominated, you see them convulsing, you try to shake off, you try to not have too much sympathy, but a little bit of empathy. The main thing you want to make sure is that they're not going to die while they're here.
Many will sober up and pass through the jail within days. But others will come back, just as unpredictable and hard to manage as before. Priscilla Velasquez has just arrived. And her history of meth addiction and claim of mental illness makes her unpredictable and potentially dangerous.
I'm not a bad person. I'm just a bipolar. I can concentrate. And I want to fight with them, but if I'm not on my meds, I'm going to fight it because they're ignorant and not started. Literally, that's how I feel.
For inmates like Priscilla, drugs seem to be a coping method, a form of...
In this particular world, they didn't know that we had that many countries. 151 countries, that's something. And some are struggling at a level that nobody would have believed possible. If you look at Italy, if you look at France is having big problems, Spain is having incredible problems. Something we did very well is when we stopped the inflow from China at a very early level. That was a good thing to do, great thing to do. We would have had thousands and thousands of more deaths. And we also stopped the inflow from Europe at a very early level. But those things were very important, especially the initial one, because we had never done anything like it, where we closed our borders to a country like that. The modeling put together by Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, and our other top healthcare experts. I mean, we have, and these people are amazing, healthcare experts who in this country are the best in the world. They demonstrate that the mitigation measures we are putting in place may significantly reduce the number of new infections and ultimately the number of fatalities. I want the American people to know that your selfless, inspiring, and valiant efforts are saving countless lives. You're making a difference. The modeling estimates that the peak in death rate is likely to hit in 2 weeks. So, I'll say it again. The peak, the highest point of death rates, remember this, is likely to hit in 2 weeks. Nothing would be worse than declaring victory before the victory is won. That would be the greatest loss of all. Therefore, the next 2 weeks and during this period, it's very important that everyone strongly follow the guidelines, have to follow the guidelines that our great Vice President holds up a lot. He's holding that up a lot. He believes in it so strongly. The better you do, the faster this whole nightmare will end. Therefore, we will be extending our guidelines to April 30th to slow the spread. On Tuesday, we will be finalizing these plans and providing a summary of our findings, supporting data, and strategy to the American people. So we'll be having lots of meetings in between, but we'll be having a very important statement made on Tuesday, probably Tuesday evening, on all of the findings, all of the data, and the reasons we're doing things the way we're doing them. We can expect that by June 1st, we will be well on our way to recovery. We think by June 1st, a lot of great things will be happening. I want every citizen in our country to take heart and confidence in the fact that we have the best medical minds in the world tackling this disease. We have the best science, the best researchers, and the best talent anywhere working night and day to protect your family and loved ones and to overcome this pandemic. With the grace of God, we are rising to the occasion. We are proving that no darkness can overshadow the eternal light of American courage. We will win, and when we do, we will rebound with astonishing force and speed. We will be stronger than ever, and we will have learned so much where something like this can never hurt us to the extent it has and the world again. In our present crisis, the strength of our people is our single most important asset, and together we will defeat this invisible curse, this invisible enemy, and rise to incredible new heights. So I just want to thank you all for being here. We'll take some questions if you'd like. Yeah, please, Kelly.
Million cases in the United States and deaths could exceed 100,000. Do you accept that assessment, and has that formed your thinking about extending these guidelines? And you also talked about New York. Were you suggesting there has been inappropriate use of masks or improper conduct with supplies?
So I want the people in New York to check Governor Cuomo, Mayor de Blasio, that when a hospital that's getting 10,000 masks goes to 300,000 masks during the same period, and that's a rapid period, I would like them to check that, because I hear stories like that all the time. You know, we're delivering millions and millions of different products, and all we do is hear that, can you get some more? But when you hear that, and I heard that from one of the great companies of the world, they're doing this, it's a client. And they're going from, you heard it, 10,000, 20,000 tops to 300,000. And that's a hospital that's always full. So I think people should check that, because there's something going on. Well, it's not, I don't think it's hoarding. I think it's maybe worse than hoarding, but check it out. Check it out. I don't know. I think that's for other people to figure out. But you don't go from numbers like that. Now, other equipment likewise, because we're delivering a lot of ventilators. And we're building, by the way, we're building and buying, and we have a lot of ventilators that we're going to be sending out very soon. We also have right now in the stockpile almost 10,000 ventilators that we have to hold in case of emergency. We don't want them going out, and then Louisiana has a tremendous problem, which we now know they do. You know, all of a sudden it came very quickly. Louisiana was doing so fantastically well, then all of a sudden there's a big rash of cases. So we have to be prepared to move the ventilators. They're very important pieces of equipment, and they're very expensive, and they're very complex. It's like building a car. You know, these are expensive, complicated, very complicated pieces of equipment. So we now have 10,000, and we inherited a system which was broken. Just like, I'll never forget the day when a general came and said, "Sir, my first week in office, we have no ammunition." That was in the military. We've now rebuilt our military, stronger than it's ever been, and we have so much ammunition. You wouldn't believe it, how much ammunition we have. But the same thing here. We had a stockpile that was deficient. We had testing that was no good. We had a testing situation that just wasn't right. It was okay for very small cases, but it was obsolete, and it was broken, and it was only good for a very small situation. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Dr. Fauci to come forward and discuss the number, because I think the number is going to be a very different number than the numbers that you talked about. Please, Ben, you might talk about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, the number I gave out is based on modeling. And I think it's entirely conceivable that if we do not mitigate to the extent that we're trying to do, that you could reach that number. Yeah. It's possible. I mean, you can make a big soundbite about it, but the fact is, it's possible. What we're trying to do is not let that happen. So instead of concentrating on the upper and the lower, we're saying that we're trying to push it all the way down. But the second part of your question, was, yes, we feel that the mitigation that we're doing right now is having an effect. It's very difficult to quantitate it because you have two dynamic things going on at the same time. You have the virus going up and you have the mitigation trying to push it down. But the decision to not prolong, but to extend this mitigation process until the end of April, I think was a wise and prudent decision. Dr. Birx and I spent a considerable amount of time going over all the data, why we felt this was the best choice of us, and the president accepted it. So, in direct answer to your question, the idea that we may have these many cases played a role in our decision in trying to make sure that we don't do something prematurely and pull back when we should be pushing.
So thank you. I mean, you all know you've all seen the models. You've seen the models from Imperial. You've seen the models from Columbia. We've reviewed 12 different models, and then we went back to the drawing board over the last week or two and worked from the ground up, utilizing actual reporting of cases. It's the way we built the HIV model, the TB model, the malaria model. And when we finished, the other group that was working in parallel, which we didn't know about, HIME, and Chris Murray, ended up at the same numbers. So if you go on his website, you can see the concern that we had with the growing number of potential fatalities. All of the flu models predicted anywhere between 1.6 and 2.2 million fatalities if we did mitigate. I think you all knew those numbers. Some of them predicted half of the United States would get infected and have that level of mortality. So we worked very hard together to really look at all of the impacts of the different mitigations that have been utilized around the world and use that evidence base to really bring that data and that evidence to the president to consider for extending, which is not a simple situation when you ask people to stay home for another 30 days. And so they have to know that we really built this on scientific evidence and the potential to save really hundreds of thousands of American lives. And we know that's a huge sacrifice for everyone. We know it's a sacrifice for every mother and child and father who's also self-isolating. There are people that have to go out to work, and we know the compromises that they're making, but it's all to protect not only Americans, but the healthcare providers that are on the front lines, and you've seen them, and you've seen how difficult this has been. And so we're really working. There will be a comprehensive piece presented on Tuesday that really talks about not only diagnosing individuals, but also increasing our surveillance now that we have more test kits so that we can really stop and contain new infections. At the same time, we're really dedicating test kits still to the critical diagnosis so people can get the treatment that they want. And so that we can ensure is when people come to the hospital that they know that the nurses and the doctors and the equipment that they need will be there to serve them. Because together as Americans, we're going to bring down the number of infections so we don't have 2.2 million deaths or 1.6 million deaths, but really work very hard to keep this at the lowest numbers we possibly can.
I just want to know, because a lot of people have been asking, well, what would have happened if we did nothing? We did nothing. We just wrote about it. And I've been asking that question to Tony and Deborah. They've been talking to me about it for a long time. Many people have been asking that question. And I think we got our most accurate study today, or certainly most comprehensive. Think of the number 2.2, potentially 2.2 million people. If we didn't do the distancing, if we didn't do all of the things that we're doing. Now, when you hear those numbers, you start to realize kind of work we went through last week with the $2.2 trillion. It no longer sounds like a lot. So you're talking about, when I heard the number today, first time I heard that number, so I've been asking the same question that some people have been asking. I felt even better about what we did last week with the $2.2 trillion, because you're talking about a potential of up to 2.2 billion, and some people said it could even be higher than that. So you're talking about 2.2 million deaths, 2.2 million people from this. And so if we can hold that down as we're saying, to 100,000. It's a horrible number. Maybe even less, but to 100,000. So we have between 100 and 200,000. We all together have done a very good job, but 2.2 up to 2.2 million deaths, and maybe even beyond that. I'm feeling very good about what we did last week.
They're
Yes, please,
estimating.
go ahead. Please.
They said they're gonna prevent
these guidelines. Was Florida Easter a mistake, do you think? Is this
It's just an aspiration. We actually will be getting potentially, this is our meeting before, on Easter, we probably, but that could be a peak, that could be a peak period, that could be the peak, sadly to say, that could be the peak number of deaths before it starts coming down. No, that was aspirational. We had an aspiration of Easter, but when you hear these kind of numbers and you hear the potential travesty, we don't want to do anything where, you know, we don't want to have a spike up. We don't want to do it soon, and then all of a sudden you go down, you're coming down, and then you start going up again, because we discussed that can happen, and we don't want that to happen. We've gone through too much. So that was an aspirational number. I didn't say Easter. I said it would be a great thing if we could do it by Easter. And we know much more now than we knew 2 or 3 weeks ago. Easter should be the peak number, and it should start coming down, and hopefully very substantial from that point. Okay, thank you. Please.
Jen Pellegrino with OEN, thank you, sir. Mr. President, your approval ratings have been the highest they've ever been, as well as the ratings on your handling of the virus. If there's some networks that are saying they're debating whether or not to carry these briefings live, do you think there's a link between the two?
Well, I don't know. I know that, well, that's a nice question. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't want high approval ratings for this. I wish we could have our own life back. We had the greatest economy that we've ever had, and we didn't have that. We didn't have this. We didn't have this horrible scourge, this plague, call it whatever you want, the virus. But we're working very hard. That's all I know. You know, I see things, I see numbers. They don't matter to me. What matters to me is that we have a victory over this thing as soon as possible. When you hear that 2.2 million people could have died if we didn't go through all of this, and now the number will be a much lower number. Hopefully, it's going to be the numbers that we're talking about. So I appreciate it very much. But you know, what I want is I want our life back again. I want our country back. I want the world back. I want the world to get rid of this again. 151 countries, and we're going to do it. We're going to have a great victory. We're going to have a great victory. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned it, I just want to make sure I was correct. So Humana and Cigna are going to waive for all costs for anybody that's got the coronavirus. They're going to take care of everything.
Well, that's what they said. I told you what they're going to take. The co-pays in particular, that's a big deal. Insurance companies don't do that, and I appreciate it. Humana and Cigna, they should be getting a lot of credit for that.
Well, then the other companies are
those two are getting a lot of credit right now for it. They should, because it's something that, it's a lot of money they're waiving. And so we thank them. Will there be other companies? I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you talking about
this great spirit? I'll tell you what, yeah, I'd love to have them do it. Let them waive those companies. There's a great spirit in this country right now. I mean, I know insurance companies better than anybody. They just don't do that. But now there's a spirit like I have not seen. I have never seen anything like it. I mean, even the media is much more fair. I wouldn't say all of it, but that's okay. They should be fair because they should want this to end. This is about death. So I want to thank Cigna and Humana. Thank you.
Will the federal government be reimbursing these insurance companies, or is this something they're doing to out of pocket?
They haven't asked for reimbursement.
So they're
going to waive them.
First of the month is 3 days away. I know these guys, and Treasury Secretary Mnuchin said that about 3 weeks they should get there. For people that are worried about paying rent, I know mortgages through HUD is taken care of, but I'm just curious about rent. What should be the first
Well, they're going to be getting the money. I will tell you, I think landlords should make without a statement on that. I think a lot of people that are owed money are going to take it easy. They don't sort of have a choice. But a lot of concessions are made, just like the insurance companies. A lot of concessions are being made that wouldn't have even been thought of 3 weeks ago. Not even thought of. So a lot of really positive things are happening. Please, Bianchi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, why did you publicly threaten quarantine on New York, New Jersey?
I didn't do that at all. Read the statement. Read the statement. Read what I said. I said we're going to look into possibly quarantine. I didn't say we're going to quarantine. I looked at it as a possibility because a lot of our professionals suggested quarantine. I said we're going to look at it. We then looked at it to see totally with Bloomberg, right? I can't imagine that. Let me just say, I didn't threaten it. I don't go around threatening. What happened is people, professionals, very good professionals, love the idea of doing that because that's sort of the ultimate in distancing. You can't do it. They didn't want New Yorkers where they're having a problem necessarily going down to Florida where they have less of a problem. So the concept of quarantine was thrown out to me. Really would love to do it. They would love to do it. And I thought it was too much to do because the people are doing a great job with it. Also, it's very hard to enforce.
Oh, by speaking about it publicly, by speaking about it publicly, letting it know, they know that it's a consideration. Do you think that you may be frightened?
So now I think we made people aware to stay in their houses and do good. Now we did an advisory. It's a strong advisory. The governors are running the advisory, the 3 governors, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. And I think we did a great thing. But all I did yesterday, as you know, you can see it, you can read it, you can read, and you can see very simply that I said that we are looking into it. And then before the end of the evening, substantially, we decided to go with the advisory, which frankly I liked better from the beginning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions. The first is, you said repeatedly that you think that some of the equipment that governors are requesting, they don't actually need. You said New York might need 30,000. You said on Sean Hannity's Fox News, you said that you might. You said
why do you have to get a little more positive? It's always trying to.
My question to you.
Get you. And you know what? That's why nobody trusts the media anymore.
My question is, how is that going to impact?
That's why you used to work for the Times and now you work for somebody else. Look, let me tell you something. Be nice.
Mr. President, my question
Don't
is.
be threatening. Be nice.
My question is, how is that going to impact how you fill these orders for ventilators or for masks? Your views that they're not going to, it's not going to impact
There's
at all.
tremendous numbers of ventilators. We're doing a great job on it. Mike Pence, our vice president, has headed up the task force, which has been incredible, the job they've done. We have everybody in the White House working on it. We have everybody in the country is working on this in one way or the other. The fact is, we've done a great job of delivering. You've seen the biggest people in the business, and there's nobody even close to this group of people. We had a meeting at 3 o'clock. It lasted for a long time. It was a great meeting with the generals and with everybody else, and they have done a fantastic job. I'm just saying this, if they're holding, let me give you one example. We sent thousands of generators to New York. They were put into a warehouse, a New York warehouse that happened to be located, interestingly, in Edison, New Jersey. They were given to New York, and we then went to other places, also giving thousands of ventilators. The people in New York never distributed the generators. We said, why didn't you distribute them? Now, you have to understand, they have New York people working in those warehouses. They knew they had them. So we said, why didn't you distribute them? I hope they distributed them now, but maybe they didn't need them so badly. But just so you know, we're all, you, me, everybody, we're all on the same team. You know, when journalists get up, and you're a journalist, a fine journalist, when journalists get up and ask questions that are so threatening.
I was quoting you directly from your interview with Sean Hannity.
Take a look at my interview. What I want to do is, if there is something wrong, we have to get to the bottom of it. When I hear face masks go from 10,000 to 300,000, and they constantly need more, and the biggest man in the business is like shocked. He knows all about the virus, by the way. He's not surprised by that. He knows all about it. He shouldn't be surprised. He should say, well, let's stand there because this is really a very tough disease. This is really a very tough virus to handle. Okay.
Mr. President,
Thank you. Please. That's enough. That's enough. That's not fair to your other reporters. It's not fair. You had a long time, a long question. If we have time, I'll get back to you for your second question. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to follow up on previous questions, you said that the peak will hit in 2 weeks.
Well, we don't know that, but we think that people did.
You think it will hit?
So that is, that was.
Can you just share with us your understanding of how bad it will be so the American people will be prepared for it?
Well, I can. I think I'll ask Doctor, maybe you both come up and give your opinion on that, because that's really.
And I have another question on this.
Thank you. I mean, we had great concerns when you look at the model. As I told you, look at the Chris Murray model, where he shows a rapid escalation, and you can see it happening with the people we're losing every day throughout America, and you can see it going up, just like cases. And we're starting to lose people at the same rate, and we have deep concerns about that. And I think we're meeting and we've had calls with the clinicians, and that has been extraordinarily helpful. I think you're watching the alerts. We have a different population than Italy or Spain. And so because of that, our doctors and our nurses are getting information back really quickly so that they can talk to each other about how to really combat this. We're seeing things here that weren't reported in other countries. And so I really want to appreciate it. I know doctors and nurses are going full out, but they're also taking the time in their 2 hours of sleep to write us about what is happening. And you see the cardiovascular disease and others. So in the model, and there's a large confidence interval. And so it's anywhere in the model between 80,000 and 160,000, maybe even potentially 200,000 people succumb to this. That's with mitigation. In that model, we make full assumption that we continue doing exactly what we're doing, but even better, in every metro area with a level of intensity, because we're hoping that the models are not completely right, that we can do better than what the predictions are. But we're tracking it very closely, and I think there's people around the United States really helping us. Scientists across the country have really given freely of their time to really help us not only model this, but really assure that the American public knows how important it is that they stay doing this. You know, you could see from the recent data that Dr. Fauci talked about young people that are being infected here. We didn't see that the same way in Europe, but our population is about 8 or 9 years younger. And so we have to be attentive to all aspects of this, to children, to young people, to adults. We know still that people with pre-existing conditions and the elderly are at particularly high risk, but we don't want to lose any American. And so that's why I think the president came to the conclusion that at a minimum we have to continue what we've been doing, but even better. To every metro area out there, we have to do better. We have to ensure that we're protecting each other.
So, at the risk of offending my modeling colleagues, models are good, but models often generate the kind of anxious question that you asked, is how bad could this possibly get? And as I've said many, many times, a model is as good as the assumptions that you put into the model. And very often, many of these assumptions are based on a complexity of issues that aren't necessarily the same, as Dr. Burke said, from one country to the other. So when you give a model, you have the worst extreme, you have the best extreme. Often the worst extreme means that you don't do anything. You just, as we say, let it rip and let it go. If you go to the lower end, that means you actually mitigate it really to the utmost. So what I like to do as a scientist, a physician, a public health official, is to not ignore models, but say, look at the data as it's evolving and do everything you possibly can to mitigate that instead of getting overly anxious about the extremes of the model. Again, not to push them aside completely, but the reason the president made the announcement today about going to the end of April is because we want to make sure that we don't prematurely think we're doing so great. We may be, but we want to push it to the extreme. So take that with you, and maybe you'll be less anxious.
On behalf of the foreign pool, sir, you mentioned Italy.
Just to finish it. So what both were saying, and like Dr. Fauci just brought up, we don't want to do well and then end a little bit early and have it start going up again, because that would be a disaster. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned Italy. Italy is a close ally of the United States. they are facing catastrophic times.
Yes.
They have been receiving help from countries like Russia, China, even Cuba. Cuban doctors have been sent to Italy. Is the United States stepping in to
Yes,
help
we are. In
those
fact,
allied of
I met
Italy?
last night with our people. We're sending them a lot of different things that we're not needing because we're obviously in need of a lot also. And we're also helping them monetarily. We're helping Italy a lot. We're working very closely with Italy, and we're working closely with Spain too, which is really hit hard. And we're working with everybody. I spoke with Angela Merkel the other day. Germany's hit hard, and their mortality rate is different, I think, because they do more testing. But their mortality rate is much different. Italy's mortality rate is very high, so is Spain. But we're working very closely with them. Yes, we had a big meeting on it last night. Admiral Juro, would you please come up and just talk a little bit about the tremendous success that's been made on testing from where we started?
Thank you, Mr. President. So as of close of business yesterday, we have been able to perform in the United States over 894,000 tests. So highly significantly increased every single day. Those tests are performed at a number of places, in hospitals, in your neighborhood, in the public health laboratories, the state public health laboratories in our territories, as well as the large reference laboratories that are members of the American Clinical Laboratory Association. They have done over 650,000 tests, including over 840,000 just yesterday. I met with all their CEOs yesterday. They're fully committed to increasing testing to meet the requests and the demands of the president and vice president. A couple of words on the point of care test. Point of care means you stop, you get the result right there that the president and the vice president talked about by Apple, approved in record time by Dr. Steve Hahn and the FDA. This is a point of care test, meaning that from the time you swab to the time you get a positive result, 5 minutes like the president said, and at most 15 minutes for a negative result. So just think of it as a 15-minute test. This is not an esoteric test. There are 18,000 of these little toaster-sized machines all over the country in doctors' offices and hospitals right now, and Abbott will be providing 50,000 or more tests per day starting on April 2nd, with the first shipments out already. This complements other point-of-care testing, like the septic test that we announced about a week ago. We also have moderate platforms, so it's not just about the number, it's the type. We have point-of-care. We have moderate platforms that are in hospitals and in larger clinics and academic medical centers. And then we have the very large tests. We've heard Ambassador Burns talk about the Roche test and the Roche platforms that are in some of these big reference laboratories. So it's not just about the number. It's about painting this very complex ecosystem so that everybody who needs a test can get a test. On priorities, remember, we are still prioritizing those in most need, those who are in hospitals or in ICUs, because that test makes a difference to how they're being treated. Symptomatic first responders, healthcare workers, and as Administrator Burma will always say, those in long-term care facilities who are at high risk. One last point. I've learned more about nasal swabs than I ever thought I would want to learn in my entire life. But it was a very big thing that the FDA approved last week, and it will now be implemented this week. Instead of having a provider stick this all the way in the back of your nose, that's uncomfortable, but it also requires PPE changes every time it's done. The FDA approved, with lots of data supporting it, self-swab of your nose. So literally put a swab, certain kind of swab, foam swab in your nose, put it in a plastic bag, give it and drop it. This not only increases the speed, but it eliminates all those changes in PPE. So we will be implementing that this week, which will increase speed, but also save our precious resources as we build them up in the stockpile and out to hospitals. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Admiral, very much. Yeah, please,
Mr. President, you mentioned that the peak could come in 2 weeks. Can you ensure that everyone that needs a ventilator, every single patient that needs one will get one, will get there in time? And my second question is, after invoking the Defense Production Act yesterday with GM, you said that there were a couple of problem children that may require using your authority again. What are those companies and what aren't they needing?
Well, I don't have to tell you because those companies have come into line. They're doing a great job. They're working very hard, 24 hours round the clock. So I don't want to give their names now because they've been great. They've come into line. And by the way, General Motors is doing a fantastic job. I don't think we have to worry about General Motors now. They've really done a job. And what the Admiral said also, I think we can add this, Admiral. The reason we show more cases than anybody else in the world is we're doing more testing than anybody else in the world. So we have more cases because we're doing far more testing than anybody in the world. And remember, we started with a system that was broken. For many years it was broken. And I'm not blaming the last administration. I'm saying other administrations. And our pipeline had very little in it. Just like we had no ammunition, we had very little medical, we had very little in our pipeline. Now we have ammunition, more than hopefully we'll ever need. And we also have a pipeline that's packed. And now we have those 10,000 ventilators that we can use because we need some quickly. I mean, this goes quickly from place to place. I'd love to give them all out right now, but we need them quickly. I don't want to give them out and then we have to take them back and move them someplace else. So we're very much prepared, please.
Mr. President, states like Florida have reportedly had 100% of their requests for supplies from the National Strategic Stockpile filled, but other states like Massachusetts have not. So how is that assessment being made, and why has Florida gotten its request?
Well, I think you're going to find that almost all states. Look, I was on the call yesterday with the governors, and they were happy with the job we're doing. And I'll tell you what, if you had a different administration, they would not have been happy. These are people that speak their mind. They were happy. It was falsely reported by a couple of people that, oh, gee, they weren't. They were happy. They were thrilled. Florida has been taken care of, and Michigan has been taken care of. Very important state. To me, it's very important because I'm so proud of what we've done, bringing car companies back into Michigan. And we're now dealing with the governor, and I think, Mike, I can say that a lot of good things are happening in Michigan. Massachusetts, we're dealing with the governor very strongly, and we're trying to get things to Massachusetts as rapidly as possible.
Why has Florida received 100% of its requests compared to some other states?
Well, Florida, look, they're very aggressive in trying to get things, and they're doing a very good job. But I think I can say all of the governors are very committed. We're very committed. We're working together, and we're getting things out at a level that nobody's ever seen before. You can speak to FedEx, you can speak to UPS, they've never done anything like this than what they're doing right now. And nobody in the world has been able to match what these great companies have been able to do. If we left that to government, it would have been a tough thing. We have mobilized private enterprise. We have mobilized the greatest companies in the world. And what's happening is incredible. And that includes Abbott, where Abbott comes out and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, comes up with this incredible test that simplifies everything and makes it so easy. So I think you're going to find most states are very happy. I'm dealing with the governor of Louisiana, John Bel Edwards. He's a Democrat, if that's what you're getting at. But I'm dealing with him very successfully. I think he's very happy. I think he's actually amazed at what he's been able to get. In fact, we were even forward thinking. I suggested we send additional ventilators and other things. We're building a hospital in Louisiana, very importantly. We're building hospitals in New Jersey. Governor Murphy of New Jersey is a terrific guy, and frankly, he wants, he's got a pretty hot spot right there, right next to New York, and we're doing hospitals, we're doing ventilators, we're getting a lot to Governor Murphy. That's New Jersey. Last night I spoke to the governor of Connecticut. We had a great talk with him. We are really doing a job. Look, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he's been terrific. We sent him a boat way ahead of schedule, the ship, way ahead of schedule, hospital ship, the Mercy, with 1,000 beds, operating rooms, and it's been in LA for 3 days already. So I think they're really happy. And when you think about it, in New York, we built 2,900 hospital rooms, beds. Nobody's ever seen it before. The governor's never seen anything like that before. This was done by federal government, not by state government. This was done by the federal government. They're opening it tomorrow. I wanted to be there so badly, but Secret Service and all of the people involved won't let me. They won't let me. I would love to be there, but they won't let me for obvious reasons. But I would have loved to have been at the opening tomorrow at the hospital in New York, Javits Center. But we're very proud of the job we've done. We've mobilized and getting better and better every day. And the task force headed by the Vice President the job they've done, and they would have been sleeping. Okay, any other questions?
May I just follow up on your letter to the governors that you sent, because we were on the topic of governors? You sent a letter to governors at the end of the week saying that you guys are going to be developing criteria to be able to classify counties based on whether they were hotspots or whatnot. And I wanted to know if you have enough tests currently to be able to accurately rank those counties.
Yeah, we're ranking counties and we're ranking states. And a lot of people put out false information because they don't know what they're talking about. And we took over a dead barren system. We took over a system that was obsolete. It was good for a tiny little sample of people. And even that didn't work because when CDC first looked at their test, the biggest problem they had is the test didn't work. That wasn't from us. That's been there a long time. Now we have the best tests in the world, and nobody has. Now they're all calling, can we get the quick test? We call it the quick test, where, by the way, probably more accurate, and it takes a few minutes. I mean, it's pretty amazing what we've done. Now, we're getting along great with the governors. Yeah, go ahead, please. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you more specifically about the strategy that you plan to unveil on Tuesday. What factors are you taking into consideration? What can the American people expect? And is it possible that these April 30th guidelines could be extended?
Well, we hope not, but we think it's going to, we have aspirational thoughts. We would have loved to have been a little bit sooner, but we have to do it right. We could have done it. We could have done it on Easter, but there was a good chance that if it's coming down or if it's still going up, maybe it's going to be coming down by then, but we just felt it was too soon. We can't take a chance. Again, because of what we've done and because of the fact that we've stopped the flow from China so early, because the question is from a lot of my friends, why don't we just wing it? Why didn't we just wing it? And I kept asking, and we did models now. Finally, we got these models in. And you hear about the 2.2 million people would have died. I don't mean we would have had 2.2 million cases. These are 2.2 million people would have died. 2.2 million people. Look, we're going to have a meeting, speech, or press conference or something on Tuesday. I thought what I do, I was going to announce the end of April on Tuesday, but I said, let's do it now, because somewhere along the line it's going to leak. We might as well just do it now and get rid of all the leaks. This way it didn't nice and clean. But we have to really do a great job for another couple of weeks. And I think we're going to be in great shape. And we're going to be in a position, even with what we're trying to do with restaurants, with deductibility, we have to get these restaurants back in. We have to get our businesses open. We have to get the planes flying. We have to get everything going. We have to get even the cruise ships. I mean, we have to get those cruise ships moving along. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world 3 weeks ago. And now we've said, please don't work anymore. We're actually paying people not to work. Nobody's ever heard that. That's not for us. People want to work. But at the same time, and I'm so glad that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Brooks gave us a number. And the number on the outside, and maybe it's not even on the outside, we don't know, is 2.2 million people would have died if we didn't do what we're doing. And now we're looking at numbers that are going to be much, much, much lower than that. And it makes everything we're doing feel much better to me. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question for you, but I'd like to let my colleague Gimish finish her second question.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Nicole, you're next. You know that.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've also said that at one point that you thought more people might die from the economic tragedies and the economic problems in America due to the coronavirus outbreak. What health officials are telling you that? And Dr. Fauci, could you speak to that? The idea that there might be mental health and suicide related to this, that outpace at some point the virus's impact on this society?
Well, I could ask Dr. Fauci to come up with his common sense. You're going to have massive depression, meaning mental depression. You're going to have depression in the economy also, but you're going to have mental depression for people. You're going to have large numbers of suicides. Take a look at what happens in a really horrible recession or worse. So you're going to have tremendous suicides, but you know what you're going to have more than anything else? Drug addiction. You will see drugs being used like nobody's ever used them before. And people are going to be dying all over the place from drug addiction, because you would have people that had a wonderful job at a restaurant or even owned a restaurant. I spoke to great people today, that have done a great job. And one day, they're at the top of their business, they're celebrity chefs. They've got the most successful restaurants. And if one day they have nothing, they've gotten wiped out. One day from our enemy, this invisible, horrible scourge. So when you ask me that, it's so easy to figure that. I mean, massive drug use, massive depression, mental depression, massive numbers of suicide, anxiety causes, disease, they say. A lot of people even have tremendous. And hopefully we're not going to have that, because hopefully by what we're doing, we get the best of both worlds. We don't have 2.2 million deaths. We have a number that's much less, much less. And at the same time, we get our country running again, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You were next. It was very nice in doing that, otherwise. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Which is unusual to CNN.
Two quick questions. First of all, during this 30-day additional period, do you anticipate at all relaxing those restrictions by region during these additional 30 days?
I don't think so. It's a great question, actually. I don't think so. And I asked them the same. I said, how about Nebraska? How about Idaho? How about Iowa? And you know what? Those people are so great, the whole Midwest. I don't think they want to be in that position, actually. And probably, I was given a pretty strong look by these two people. They said, we don't like that idea. So, we're relying on them. They're the best in their profession, and they didn't like the idea.
And secondly, sir, I want to ask you about
And we could do it, but I don't think it would be good.
Thank you, sir. And I'd also like to ask you about some comments you made on Friday. You were talking about governors of different states, and you said, I want them to be appreciative. You also said, if they don't treat you right, I don't call. These are direct quotes, sir.
Take a look at what I'm saying. I want them to be appreciative of me, okay, and then you cut it off because it's fake news.
You and of your administration.
Let me just finish. You just said it again, and the answer's a lie.
I could read your full comments.
Your statement and your response and your answer is a lie. Because here's the story. You ready? I said, I want you to be appreciative of me, and then you go on. Then I go on, and you cut it off. But it says,
said, I want them to be appreciative. I don't want them to say things that aren't true. I want them to be appreciative. We've done a great job. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about Mike Pence, the task force. I'm talking about FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers. But then you went on to say, if they don't treat you right, I don't call. He's a different type of person.
I don't call.
Referring to
I don't call. No, I don't call the governor of Washington.
Why this time?
But Mike Pence calls, and the head of FEMA calls. I don't stop them. Did I ever ask you to do anything negative, Mike, to Washington, or the state of Washington? Michigan, I love that state. That's one of my favorite places in the whole world, Michigan. And I'm so proud of what's happened with the auto industry. It's coming back to Michigan. No, I don't have to call because I'm probably better off not. Because he's a failed presidential candidate. He's a nasty person. I don't like the governor of Washington. So you know who calls? I get Mike Pence to call. I get the head of FEMA to call. I get the admiral to call. But what you didn't say, so you started it off, and you talked about, I have to be appreciated. But then, when you read the rest, it said, because if you don't appreciate, you're not respecting these incredible people, the two admirals, you're not appreciating FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers who built 2,900 beds in 3.5 days, and you're not appreciating all of the work that's been done, and you're not appreciating these incredible people from private enterprise that are delivering things in numbers that nobody's ever seen. See, and that's why people aren't watching CNN very much anymore. That's why they don't like it. That's why your ratings are no good. Because you even, after knowing the truth for days now, you bring up the old lie. Read the rest of your question, the rest of your statement, you didn't put in. You have to put that in. And it's said in there, FEMA, and it's said in there, Army Corps of Engineers, because when they disrespect me, they're disrespecting our government. And you know what? I don't mind if I'm disrespected, but they can't disrespect the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. Oh, why is the lack of a please go ahead. I want them to appreciate the incredible job we're doing. We are doing a job the likes of which has never been done before. And there are a couple of people that know that, but for political reasons, let's say they're Democrats, they don't want to give this administration credit, and that's okay, but I don't have to deal with it, but our vice president does deal with it. Please go ahead. But that's why CNN is not trusted anymore. They are not trusted. They are fake news. Remember that. Go ahead.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about the extension of the CDC guidelines you've announced today through the end of next month. And of course, you know that there have been shelter-in-place orders that have been imposed by governors and mayors all throughout the country. And when you take that all into account, it sounds like, and it seems like you've acknowledged that America essentially will be shut down for the next few weeks, maybe even the next 2 months. You mentioned June 1st as a date in which you'd like.
No, we think it's going to really start to open up. We think that that's going to be the bottom of the hill. That's where we're looking at June 1st, maybe even a little bit sooner than that. So we have this hill. If we did nothing, the hill would have been up here. We did a lot. We did just about maximum. And we got lucky because we stopped China from coming in, and then later on we stopped Europe from. We got lucky. We got very lucky. The people that were coming in here, they went to Italy, they went to Spain, they went to other countries. We got lucky, and they got unlucky, to be honest with you. You look at what's going on in Italy and Spain in particular. So, no, I don't want that. June 1st, we think we can reach the bottom of that hill on June 1st. And that would be a great thing. And I have confidence in the two doctors. I think that that could be a day. Could be sooner. Could be a little bit later. Could be sooner. But I think people would be very happy if we did it down and saved potentially millions of lives. I think people would be very happy with that date.
A question, sir. Yes, please, sir. Mr. President, my question has to do with the $2.2 trillion relief bill that you signed into law. In your view, do you think that another relief bill, another phase bill may be necessary? And are you prepared to support that, Mr. President?
Well, I'm prepared to do whatever is necessary to, number one, save lives, and number two, bring our economy back strong just like it was before. I think our economy has a chance to be just as good and even better than it was before. And remember, a lot of the money that you read about, that's all coming back. These are loans to great companies that got stopped from doing business. They'll be back very soon. So much of the money that we're talking about, that money's coming back, and we'll take warrants, meaning we'll take pieces of the company for taxpayers of our nation. I expect we'll make a lot of money with that money. We're going to make a lot of money. I don't even want to talk about making money, because what I want to talk about is two things. Number one is saving lives, and number two is bringing our economy back. Okay? But I think we're going to do very well. That whole money, a lot of it's coming back too.
President, thank you. Earlier this afternoon, you tweeted that there are on average 8.5 million Americans tuned into these daily test meetings. Yet there are some networks out there that are, you know,
crocifisso in lei. I know exactly what you're saying. No, I've read that. Well, I've read that CNN doesn't want to cover them. I've read that, except they can't help them because the ratings are so high. You know, if the ratings were low, they wouldn't be here. This man wouldn't be here. In 100 years, you could bet your life that he would never be here with CNN and all their cameras. Because we help their ratings. We lift up their ratings because their ratings are very low. But for the most part, I haven't heard that. I will say the Washington Post has a drive on not to go to the President of the United States press conference because, frankly, so many people are watching. We're getting the word out. We're getting the accurate word out. And a lot of people are happy about it. And a lot of people aren't. But they should be happy. When I have the general, when I have Seba, and when I have Tony, and when I have these are all like people that have become big stars, okay? But they've done a great job. But Deborah has done a fantastic. All of these people, they don't want to be stars. You know what they want? They want to win. They want to win the battle against the right. They've been fighting this stuff their whole life. Between Ebola and swine flu, and I don't know. I'm not sure I love your life, but that's what you like, right? That's what they do. They fight disease. And you know what? There's nobody that does it better. But I think the American public, ultimately, they should be the decider. It's like, if they don't want to watch, they shouldn't watch. And we shouldn't have bigger ratings than The Bachelor or at the New York Times. If we have Monday night football type ratings. Now, I didn't say that. I have no idea what they are, in a sense. But I know that the Times, they say it's all the news that's fit to print. I say it's all the news that's not fit to print because I think they are not honest people. But that's okay. But they can't help it. But even they said that the ratings are like Monday night football ratings and that these are like Bachelor finale. That's their end. When the big deal happened, I had no idea what happened because I'm too busy working on this. Somebody will tell me what happened. So, no, I think it's terrible. When they don't want the President of the United States to have a voice, you're not talking about democracy any longer, please. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, you talked a lot about concerns about leading for so long. Was there any dissent from your top economic advisors in your decision to leave the guidelines in place until the end of April?
No, and this is before we heard the 2.2 million people. I mean, we had a lot of people who were saying, maybe we shouldn't do anything, just ride it. They say, ride it like a cowboy. Just ride it, ride that sucker right through. That's where the 2.2 million people come in. Would have died, maybe, but it would have been 1.6 to 2.2. And that's not acceptable. But there were a lot of people that said, I thought about it. I said, maybe we should ride it through. You know, you always hear about the flu. I talk about it all the time. We had a bad flu season. We're in the midst of a bad flu season this year. You know, we had a bad season last year as an example, a bad flu season. And you'll have 35, 36, 37,000 people die, sometimes more, sometimes less. But this is different. And part of this is the unknown. And part of it also is the viciousness of it. I had a friend who went to a hospital the other day. He's a little older and he's heavy. But he's a tough person. And he went to the hospital and a day later he's in a coma. I go, how's he doing? Sir, he's in a coma. He's unconscious. He's not doing well. The speed and the viciousness, especially if it gets the right person, it's horrible. It's really horrible. Please go ahead.
Mr. President, it's maybe for some of the advisors as well. We've heard some rumors that Louisiana is really going to get hit hard next because of the possibility of Mardi Gras. Have you guys seen any data to back that up of what happened a few weeks ago, whether or not that's contributing to the spike in Louisiana?
I don't think it's a rumor. I think it's a fact. Louisiana's been hit hard. And Louisiana is an example that started off with like nobody for so long. When I spoke to the governor. But Deborah, tell me any other things.
About it. I think you heard us talk about a week ago that we were very worried about the numbers and how they were increasing in Louisiana, how they were increasing in Cook County, how they were increasing in Dearborn and Detroit. And I think those are areas that we're still watching very carefully. And like the President said, when people get this virus, some people do very poorly. And when certain metro areas get exposed to the virus, we see this really very rapid expansion of the virus. We think it may be circulating there for, a couple of weeks. I don't like to look backwards. I only like to look forwards, and really, we are putting all of our effort into ensuring that the people of New Orleans, the people of the Detroit region, frankly, the people of New York. I mean, some of the fastest growing counties are not New York itself, New York City. When you look at it per 100,000, it's Rockland, it's Bergen. So I mean, all of these places are people that have transited through cities, and that's why we really did want the travel advisory, just to really warn people to watch out for their own health, to really take their temperatures. And so it can go from 50, 100, 500 cases, and the next thing you know, it's 2,000, 4,000, 10,000. And because it then gets across all communities, people get very sick.
It was 1,997.
You have a comment about New Orleans. This can happen anywhere, and that's one of the issues that we're concerned about, and why we were so reluctant to pull back at a time when we need to put and as Dr. Bird said, this is exactly what you see. There are a number of communities, cities, states, what have you out there, in which they're trickling along like that. Don't get complacent about that, because that's exactly the way the virus works. It goes like this, and then it goes up like that. That's exactly what happened in New Orleans. That's what happened in a terrible way with New York. That's what we're trying to avoid in multiple locations throughout the country. So we shouldn't take any solace when we see low levels in different states, different cities, different areas, because they're very vulnerable to an explosion.
Mr. President, last question for me, sir. I asked the Vice President a week ago, and I think we talked about it last week as well. You took the test that first time, I remember that, and I think you took it last week as vice president. So you had a chance to take it again. Does it get easier the second time around? Does it, I mean, you feel it happens?
I think I'm waiting for that little 45-minute test. I sort of like that, or now it's down to 5 minutes, I understand. But, no, I haven't, but I think I will take it again. It's appropriate. I don't feel there's any symptoms. I don't notice, have you noticed any sniffles? Nothing, right? So far I haven't felt that way, but there was a big strong point made originally, I think it still holds. Take the test if you need it, if you have the symptoms. If you don't take it. That's put out by the professionals, so I don't have it, but I would take it. I just wanted to say one thing also about what Tony had mentioned. So I grew up in Queens, New York, and right next to a place called Elmhurst, Queens. And they have a hospital that's a very good hospital, Elmhurst Hospital, right? I've known it, I know where it is. I can tell you the color on the outside, the size of the windows, I know it very well. Right? It was near my community where I live. And I've been watching that for the last week on television. Body bags all over in hallways. I've been watching them bring in trailer trucks, freezer trucks. They freeze it because they can't handle the bodies. There's so many of them. This is essentially in my community in Queens, New York. I've seen things that I've never seen before. I mean, I've seen them, but I've seen them on television in faraway lands. I've never seen them in our country. Elmhurst Hospital. Unbelievable people. I mean, when I see the trucks pull up to take out bodies, and these are trucks that are as long as the Rose Garden, and they're pulling up to take out bodies, and you look inside and you see the black body bags. You say, what's in there? It's Elmhurst Hospital. Must be supplies. It's not supplies, it's people. I've never seen anything like it. So these people are doing a fantastic job, and somebody else who's doing a fantastic job is sitting here, who is the head of the task force. And I just maybe want to finish up because I'd like to ask Mike, what do you think about what we've done, and where do you think we're going, and how do you feel also, and you study this so closely, how do you feel about the curve and the June 1st date? And that's aspirational, but I think that's really modified aspirational, because I think we're going to hit it, and maybe we'll even beat it. Okay, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me just join you in thanking the American people for the efforts the people of this nation have made over the past 15 days, and that we know they will continue to make over the next 6. You heard the president speak today about the modeling, and on Tuesday he will share with the nation the full range of counsel of the team that he assembled down months ago at the White House Coronavirus Task Force. Will lay out to the country what could have been, or what we're continuing to work to make a reality. But in the meantime, every American should have a grateful heart. First and foremost, all the incredible healthcare workers that are on the front lines at places like Elmhurst and elsewhere every single day. As Dr. Burke said, getting just a few hours of sleep and going right back into work. I mean, they are the hands and feet of American compassion, and I want to say, on behalf of the President, on behalf of the grateful nation, that we're with you. We're going to continue to work tirelessly with these outstanding leaders at FEMA to make sure that you have protective equipment to be able to do your job safely and go home to your family. We're going to continue to work with these incredible distributors. Literally, the aircraft that landed at JFK this morning is the first of 51 aircraft that have been coming in from around the world, and it's all headed to support our healthcare workers and people that are on the front lines. But also, Mr. President, I want to say thank you to American businesses whose generosity is shining forth every day. The 2 insurance companies that you mentioned have waived co-pays and are providing full coronavirus coverage to Americans for the full treatment that people that are enduring this virus are experiencing. But American businesses like those so well represented here are stepping up every day with what the president likes to call a spirit, the likes of which we haven't seen for quite a while in this country. and it's truly inspiring. I also want to join your words about this team that you've assembled, not only the healthcare team, the extraordinary team at FEMA and HHS, but all of our partners at the state and local level, and the work that they're doing. And Mr. President, when you tapped me to do this 5 weeks ago, you said, I want a full partnership with our states. I want to make sure the federal government is there working with our governors and all the local health officials, and to all of you who are managing your states, to all of you that are implementing those healthcare policies on the local level, you have our admiration and our commitment to continue to be with you. I think what the president laid out today, while it is, I'm sure, for many Americans that were hoping we would be with this sooner, there may be a modest sense of frustration and disappointment. But what I hear, speaking to these healthcare experts, is that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And that as the American people continue to put into practice the president's coronavirus guidelines for Americans, each one of us continues to do our part: social distancing, avoiding groups of more than 10, using a drive-through at local restaurants, avoiding unnecessary travel. As every American continues to listen to your state and local leaders, to heed that domestic travel advisory that the CDC issued on Saturday night, we're going to hasten the day that we get to the other side of this, as the president said. And that we truly do believe that while there are challenges in the weeks ahead, there is hope. That as every American continues to put these guidelines into practice, as every single one of us continues to do our part, that we'll get through this. I mean, the American people know how tall the hill is, Mr. President. We've never failed to get over it, and then some. And I think with your leadership, with this extraordinary team you've assembled, the great leadership that we have at state and local levels, in partnership with American businesses, and the can-do spirit of the American people, we'll get through this. We'll get through this together. Thank you.
I just want to end by saying that we're all in this together. All of us. I have never seen anything like it. The unity, the esprit de corps, the spirit. I've never seen anything like it. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Unfortunately, the enemy is dead. It's dead. A lot of people are dying. So it's very unpleasant. It's a very unpleasant thing to go through. But the level of confidence, the level of caring, the level of love, I just think it's brilliant. And it's possibly happening in other countries. Possibly, I don't know. I can't speak to other countries, but I can speak to the United States of America. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. I am very proud to be a president. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So there you have a rather stunning news conference by the President of the United States in the Rose Garden over at the White House. 90 minutes or so. There's a lot to digest. Two major pieces of news emerging. The President has extended what's called the social distancing guidelines until the end of April 30th, even though he had previously wanted to open up the country by Easter Sunday, April 12th. He wanted the churches to be packed on Easter Sunday. That has now gone away, according to the president. He acknowledges that earlier assessment was aspirational, not realistic. Also, another stunning statement, Dr. Anthony Fauci saying he stands by the comment he made to CNN's Jake Tapper earlier this morning on State of the Union, that there could be here in the United States at least 100,000 deaths from the coronavirus, maybe as many as 200,000, according to some models. We got a lot to analyze. I'm going to see that John King first. John, obviously, it appears that the doctors, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Merck, other members, the medical and scientific experts there at the task force, they prevailed on the president and allowed these guidelines to continue at least until the end of April. The president even said, John, it should be June 1st before we see the country resuming to start all over.
And it's so clear, Wolf, that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx have followed the Trump playbook and come to understand how this president's works, because that is the biggest headline by far out of this news conference. That if you're one of those people around the United States or anywhere around the world and you still think this is all hype and this is not serious, you need to stop and think again. If you won't believe the doctors and you won't believe the science, well then believe the president of the United States, because they're the president who has been itching for the past week and pushing his team. Give me some flexibility. Let me back off. Let me dial back. Let me reopen the economy. At least let me open parts of the economy. And let's do that. He wants to do it 2 weeks from today, Wolf. What did he just say? Another 30 days at least, possibly into May. The president of the United States backing up. How did they get him to do it? Remember, he likes to talk about the biggest ever. Big things. Nobody's ever seen it. They came to him with a model and said, sir, if you take your foot off the gas right now, 1 million or 2 million Americans could die. You want to keep it to 50,000 or 100,000? Keep these in place. And they swayed the president by pushing him on that big number. The president likes to have a win. They told him he can win, in his view. It won't be 1 million or 2 million if he backs off. And it's really a testament to the perseverance of Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, because the president wants to do something very different. He has now signed on for at least another month. And importantly, in response to our Jeremy Diamond, he also said he doesn't see any likelihood that he'll consider even some sort of regional or county by county or some modest relaxation in some places in the country. The president even saying he thinks that's a bad idea too. The state executive saying he thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, and the numbers that he was throwing out, he said he had been told that if the U.S. had not taken some of these steps, all of these steps, 2.2 million people, he said, could have died here in the United States. 2.2 million. And he said if it's 100,000, he specifically said, John, that would be good. Those are amazing numbers. Right now, 2,400 people in the United States have died.
And so you look at that 2,400 on the screen right there, and as we're on the air anchoring the program, look, you keep seeing those numbers and they keep going up. If you listen, just again, just take a breath and look back. And if you listen to the president, if you listen to Dr. Birx, you listen to Dr. Fauci, and they're talking about the climb going up, they think the peak will be somewhere around Easter Sunday, that is 2 weeks from today, and they think it is totally within the realm of possibility that 100,000 Americans, maybe more, they hope less, but 100,000 Americans could die. When you look at 2,400 today, now that should give you a sense of the incredibly tough 2 weeks we are heading into. And then even if they've been deterred by then, tough times after that. If you just look at the state-by-state jump in the numbers, and it just tells you that the president backs off after being so eager to do this. It just tells you a lot, because the instinct is reflex. A lot of his outside friends were telling him, write it out, keep talking. The president said, you're cowboy, and write it out. If they were able to push it back, and then you hear the president standing there talking about these big numbers, he has from the very beginning tried to downplay this, tried to say there are 15 cases just 33 days ago. There are 15 cases will soon be down to 0. That President Trump was gone today. He gets this as serious, and he believes the best thing to do is shut down the American economy for at least another month.
Yeah, and it's a dramatic statement. As the president doesn't like to acknowledge that he may have been wrong earlier in his very upbeat assessments, because today the numbers that were thrown out, maybe 2.2 million people could have died here in the United States, and so 100,000 people died. In his words, that would be good. I want to bring in Caitlin Collins, our White House correspondent. Caitlin, you were listening very carefully. You covered this president. You've been covering him from the start. What did you think?
Well, it's really notable because last week I asked the president, when it comes to what you're going to do about these guidelines, whether or not you're going to renew them, will you rely on the advice that the doctors give you? And the president would not commit to yes in that answer. He just said he would listen to Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, but Wolf, he also said he would be listening to others as well. But what is clear from this press conference is the advice of Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, the health experts on his task force, has broken through with the president, and that is why they are extending these guidelines. Because it was just last week when the president introduced that Easter date, a date that he had not based off of data or anything that had been shown to him by his team, and he said he just picked it because he thought it would be a beautiful day, and that's why he settled with that Easter date and the date for reopening the country. But when you saw aides start to back off of that date in recent days, starting with Dr. Fauci, who said it was just aspirational, then you saw the vice president use that language, and now the president himself using it today in the Rose Garden when asked about his change of mind in picking that date. But certainly this will please the medical experts on his team. But Wolf, I do want to note something else that happened in that briefing, and that was
of course, another big topic, not just these deadlines, but also supplies. And hospitals and governors today, they just simply do not have enough. And the president suggested that something nefarious is happening at hospitals in New York when it comes to masks. He told reporters they should look into what's happening to all the masks, asking if they're disappearing out of a back door or something. And he cited one hospital in particular, saying it was a hospital that typically orders about 10 to 20,000 masks per year, and now they're ordering 300,000. And while he seemed astonished that a hospital would want that many masks, he asked what they were being used for, what they were doing with them. And of course, well, the president had no evidence that something nefarious has happened there with those masks. But of course, we also know that nurses and doctors have been saying they don't have enough because coronavirus is obviously a respiratory illness. They're having to use multiple masks a day, multiple masks an hour even, because they have to change them out. And that has been
the great state of Mississippi, and by the way, the birthplace of a gentleman not too many people heard of, Elvis Presley. But to be with thousands of incredible patriots who put their faith in God, family, and country.
And Jesus raised his eyes and said,
March 14th, and it's going to be next month, 8:30 a.m. in Cafe du Call. All men are invited, and it's free. Don't you just love a free breakfast?
Come and tell you a place I'm coming to or a big conference that's coming up that we would love to have you attend. I'll see you. Stay tuned. Be back in just a moment.
Do you know the new secrets of paradise, the temporary home of the spirits and souls that have died in Christ? Third Heaven delves into some of the most interesting, in-depth, and mysterious questions ever asked about the third heaven. As a believer, can you answer these questions? At death, do all children go to heaven? Can God show you the actual day and hour when you will die? What is the difference between the human soul and spirit? Do departed saints now in heaven pray for those living on earth? In heaven, how will we communicate with people from different nations? What happens if your name is not written in the book of life? When your spirit leaves your body at death, are you naked or clothed? How is time counted in paradise? And are they aware of earthly events? Will a person's body be raised from dust at the resurrection? Will we remember family members in hell once we die and enter paradise? Do infant spirits age in heaven? Do they go to the same paradise as adults? Can a person repent of sins once their spirit is out of their body? These questions, along with more unusual and difficult questions concerning death, angels, heaven, and paradise, are answered in Perry's latest 220-page book, Secrets of the Third Heaven. This book is filled with stunning true stories and amazing biblical word studies. This author also includes the 2 audio CD teachings, Standing at the Bema. You will one day stand face to face with Christ at a judgment called the Bema. What will you be judged for, and how will you answer Christ when he exposes the idle words you spoke and your actions on earth? This 2-hour teaching will explain from beginning to end what to expect and how you will be rewarded or stand ashamed. Perry's revelatory book and this informative audio teaching are available for your gift at just $35 or more. Call toll-free 1-888-21-BREAD. That's 1-888-212-7323 or order online at perrystone.org. You may also write Perry Stone, P.O. Box 3595, Cleveland, Tennessee 37320. When ordering, ask for offer TH135 and enclose your gift at $35 or more. If you have questions, this book and audio teaching has the answers. Order your set today.
And one of the things that makes me excited about this office, we have printed a card that you put in every book. And every one of you will get this when you get your order. It has a code number on it. You take that code, go into the computer, and you will see interviews of people that have had life after death experiences. We decided to do this way, thanking you for getting this book. And that's why it's exclusively just for you guys who got the book. It's not available to anybody else. So remember that. Don't throw away that card when you get it. Keep it, because it'll be exciting what we've got to share with you. Just a few moments, I want to share something with you as well. I want to also mention to all of the partners of our ministry, thank you for your help. But we will also, on our partners' website, we have a partners-only website and all partners can access. We want to be
Whatever way for life, and I'm not the only one who's been very different. I hope I've seen my decision. His lifestyle has destroyed many families.
Something that you sure your life.
Stand with the Mafia. Mysteries Thursday, April 9 on TV.
Bases are loaded and we've only got one out. But you're up.
We feel I'm dead.
Please give me a 1, 2, 3. We'll see if the microphone's working. 1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna ask you a bunch of questions. Okay. If you were a sound, what sound would you be? What is that? Monster? I love it.
I'll be a dog.
Good enough. Pretty good. Solid. Do you have a favorite joke? Who's there?
The American chicken.
The American chicken. If you could make up a new holiday, what would it be?
It would be a donut holiday. We all know that.
If you could be a superhero, what would your name be and what would your power be?
Shooting pianos out at people and making them fall in love with music.
That would be an amazing superpower, wouldn't it? What do you think your first job will be?
I want to be a neurosurgeon. It's a doctor who studies the brain and the spine for any injuries.
You're going to be a great doctor.
Thank you so much. Come here, can I give you a little hug? I am Kirsten. I am 9 years old and I am...
You're not supposed to feel vulnerable. You're not supposed to talk about your feelings.
Vulnerability is the birthplace of courage. And courage is not doing something because you're fearless. Courage is doing something because you may be afraid and you do it anyway. The most vulnerable people I know are the toughest people I know. They're just not posturing, blustery tough. They're real tough.
So finish the sentence for me. If you are courageous, there's a 100% chance that
there's a 100% chance you'll get drafted. You will know failure and setback and disappointment.
it's guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Brown says she has plenty of proof from her own life, particularly early in her academic career.
I could fill this room with rejection letters. Like I could get anything published.
She had to self-publish her first book, titled Women in Shade, in 2004. But longtime friends, Karen Walrond and Laura Mays, remember that Brown's confidence and ambition were always ferocious.
I said, what do you do in 5 years? What's your end goal? And she's like, what I really want to do is start a global conversation on shame and vulnerability.
On top of this, feeding on blood.
Ooh.
Because I love you so much, I started competing in Spanish and English for movies. I wanted to be in this community because I wanted challenges. Without challenges, my life is boring. I am Ultranos. Spelling bees make my life more exciting. Since last year, I won 6 spelling bees. 4 in Spanish and 2 in English. I am the youngest spelling bee champion in Spanish nationwide. I started winning, I kept winning, first place in all the competitions.
Are you ready, Katie?
Ready? Keeping winning is having fun. Having fun is the most important thing in life. That's why I have fun at school. In the future, I'll use these words in my life because intelligence is how much knowledge you have, but wisdom is how you use that knowledge. My life is a spelling bee, and I won. I was bullied in school. That's what made me want to help others because I didn't want kids to feel the same way that I did. My dream is to stop bullying so we can have a better world.
Seresto, Seresto, Seresto. Seresto, Seresto, Seresto.
Faceless, nameless, who will never start their own business or try to do something. When I met Renee, I showed her a card I've been carrying in my wallet for, at that time, 22 years, and it's the Theodore Roosevelt quote. And I received that card from a wing commander when I was...
It's gonna be America's favorite breakfast. They just don't know it yet. You order a breakfast sandwich, and that's when Wendy's makes it. Weeks or months ago. Try your new favorite. Order by 10 and we'll even delivery. We asked real people what they were going to watch next on Disney Plus. There's always something to check out. All right, listen up. The Mandalorian.
Incredibles.
Captain Marvel. I really want to watch Free Solo.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1.
Oh, yeah.
Avatar.
Rogue One.
I want to watch the new Avengers movies. I love that stuff. I totally nerd out for it.
What's so golden?
Let the game begin.
Asia Network is the network for something for everyone. Every afternoon, it's back-to-back originals.
Wow, win. You are right.
And every night, it's Steve Harvey and the outrageous Family Feud.
On James Show Network.
Channel 116.
Included in the Heartland Pack. Order today.
Hello?
He's a wonderful lady. What does she want?
Revenge.
I have to stop her.
Grudge, the Untold Chapter. Rated R, now on demand.
Welcome back to ESPN. This is WrestleMania 32, the Encore. Of course, this year's WrestleMania is just 1 week away, and of course, it will be streaming on the WWE Network. And if you haven't done so already, you gotta head to WWENetwork.com to sign up. Because, of course, there's the home of WrestleMania, but also over 11,000 hours of original content, in-ring competition, and fantastic series of documentaries you don't want to miss. And of course, it has every WrestleMania in history.
Speaking of every WrestleMania in history, what a great opportunity to head back to the
Media Archive relive some of the most memorable ring entrances of all time. Off the top of my head, it blows my mind every year. Triple H always has something up. How would you rather the other chance? I would like to ride something like a battle pickle. What about like a unicorn? That's a terrible idea. Who would do such a thing? Kofi Kingston, Big E, Xavier Woods, the New Day. There's some of your favorites. Throw pancakes out in the WWE Universe, a delightful breakfast treat. Bootios is actually a big thing at the time. This year, WrestleMania 32, it was outside the box thinking and turning into actually inside the box thinking. Weird, right?
Don't you dare be sour! For you world famous two-time champion and Eagle! Oh my God, look one of the strangest entrances in WrestleMania history. That made me hungry. Versus the New Day. This is what happened at the end of the match. They were able to use the third minute advantage to message here. They're cheaters. Make a nation thank you. Elbow in the low kick by Sheamus. What else? We don't play by the rules. Alberto Del Rio was continue the punishment. The rules of the League of Nations American and the accolade from Rusev. And their plans, as they like to call themselves. They are right, the tag team champions. They would prove that they're the dominant faction here in WWE. All of them great champions in their own right. Let's say they are. It's a six-man tag team matchup. A few days. And the tag champs for 224 days. The longest reign since Team Elbow in Ryan King held the championship 245 days. And here's Sheamus starting things off against Kofi Kingston on the New Day. So Kevin Bonner backstage. There's the Universe Champion. My name is Kingston Industrial World Famous Sports Corner. New York with their name. Here, like the New Day taking their name at AT&T Stadium in Dallas. The Gleebird, like the Gleebird. Here's Happy. I do. Always calling out here. I got no Gleebird. Xavier Woods. The right left to Sheamus, the Celtic Warrior. It's a 1-point. She was just 18 seconds at WrestleMania. Here comes the Bulgarian Rusev. It's just saying that League Nations has I think we're finally starting to see this team. Rusev cover back to the arm kick out. This team, the League of Nations, starting to gel, John, and that's dangerous for everyone here in WWE. Absolutely. Like it took the New Day a while to get together. They got a great team. League of Nations the exact same way. Last time we saw 4 great champions get together like this, it was a 4 horsemen. Incredible resumes from all the members of the League of Nations. Alberto Del Rio, the man in the ring right now, the full-time world champion. Del Rio hooks away with an up kick out. 2-time U.S. champion, won the 2011 Royal Rumble, also a Money Bank ladder match winner. After all those past accomplishments, Del Rio made his return last October. You could say he's in even better shape, more aggressive than he was before. And tonight he beat John Cena, the U.S. champions, United States Championship Challenge. Is the one who put the great John Cena on the show as well. And look at Del Rio. Sandy Woods. And Xavier with an elbow. Great feisty attitude from Xavier Woods. And a big hand. Big E, the 300-pounder, wants a tag. And Del Rio not going to allow it to happen. There's the Jumbo World backbreaker from Del Rio. Big E, watch out. Apron Big E into the ring. Big Fish is doing a great job. But meanwhile, as the officials dealing with Big E, Rusev, and Sheamus having their way with Xavier.
Adventure awaits. At an event too big for just one night.
The Cage Fighter, Shayna Baszler, for the Raw Women's title, WrestleMania.
This is the only WrestleMania too big for just one night. Begins reading for every week this Saturday and continues on Sunday, 7 a.m. for Pacific. And always for only over this week for new subscribers.
Hey, come on, there. Is that painting outside? Creamy Snickers. You could use a little smooth.
Get smooth with fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
3 facts. 1. Crude oil is crude. 2. Natural gas is pure. 3. Pennzoil is made from natural gas. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. Proof is in the Pennzoil.
Subway is still bringing you the stuff you love.
Delicious subs made fresh and easy to get for takeout or delivery. And now delivery is free through any of our partners with code Subway Now.
It's another big day at the office with a relaxing commute, a nice long lunch, and how about those skyscrapers? Yep, doesn't get much better than this. Run with us on a John Deere Gator because of the patented success of this. It would be nearly as much fun. Nothing runs like a Gator. Test drive a Gator UV today.
The Slayer's time is now. Our love is one of a kind. Strong.
I thought that was Halo.
Gator rings have 20% off. Drop unique Rhino styles and sales in the diamond store.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years. And thousands of people contact them every month. With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services to help demonstrate your idea. InventHelp's exclusive data bank includes over 9,000 companies who have agreed to confidentially review new ideas, like yours. Don't wonder what to do next. Take action right now and get the help you need from InventHelp. InventHelp. Call today for free information. 800-417-0872. That's 800-417-0872.
Send me letters. You never had no idea of an invention. You never had an idea of an invention.
The numbers game is not on their side.
What was it?
Good job. Early century by Sheamus. Get under the skin of all these guys. You're seeing the Taylor Cousins attack the Rusev. Extremely dangerous group.
What they got to do?
Spin it through the air and crash it into the chest of Xavier Woods. That's what this is. Business guy, absolutely. They want to make a point at WrestleMania. Almost like Golden State Warriors tired of dealing with the answers of the Harlem Globetrotters. That's how much Weird Nation just can't stand Xavier Woods, Kobe Kingston, and Big E. Look at Bruce pounding away on Woods.
A strip pool or strip?
A strip bowl. Keeping him away from his partners.
Be easier.
Just taking out any great team.
Look at this strip.
Isolating their opponent, use the numbers game. Dangerous as that. Xavier Woods so watching. Open Woods now. Has it open. Woods capitalized. Take that to his partners. They're taking a lot of punishment in this matchup. Mario's a long way from tagging somebody. Woods is barely moving. Tag to Sheamus. Now the jumping warrior going to make sure that there's no one for Xavier Woods to tag. Watch Woods about decapitated Big E. Xavier Woods go rally. We still got Kobe Kingston on the apron. You gotta have Big E. Big E, I think, that back off. Now Kobe trying to get into this matchup, but Woods is going to make a tag. Woods falling to the corner. Tag to Kingston. There comes Kobe. Kobe up the top one down the stairs. Now Kobe Kingston bringing the pace to where he likes it. Oh, wow. Russo, Jackson Sheamus. So he's got tricks. Trouble. Trouble in paradise. Sheamus caught it. Oh, Sheamus for the cloverleaf. Right here in Texas. Nobody's trying to fight it. Just the power of Sheamus. Great strength of Sheamus. Look at Barrett for the win.
It's not
Sheamus, cover.
Cricket Wireless signing of WrestleMania. AT&T Stadium, Cricket Wireless. You used to have cricket. I got T-Mobile. You used to have cricket. Towers.
T-Mobile. Sheamus stunned. And again, Kobe. Big E's back on the apron. Big E made a tag. He's legal. Here's a 3-number tag. Who's that? Get Big E's. And it's Rusev over the top rope. Well, Rusev hang on. It's Barrett trying to make sure that his flags stay in his matchup. Guys, look at Big E. And Big E. Three members of Mulligan Nations. Right back up. Big E launching himself into the three League of Nations members. Kofi Kingston realizes Sheamus is legal, as is Big E. Tossing Sheamus back to the ring, no tag there. Kofi is legal. Xavier Woods now in the matchup. This can be dire for Sheamus. Oh, Sheamus! Cover! Kick out by Sheamus. Guys, keep in mind here now, Sheamus has no attack. For Mizzou, he may get tagged up. No, that means backstabber. Kingston lands on his feet. Del Rio right with a hamstring. Kobe's out. Big E's out. Xavier Woods trying to fight back. Watch the impact here. Wow. Xavier Woods to the top rope. Shoots to the air, takes out Sheamus. Woods clearing the ring. Woods looking for the win. Rolling on Sheamus, got the tights. Looks like they want to roll. That's League of Nations. The music that gives you a sip to the man on the outside. That's what it's there for. More incredible great champions. The League of Nations. Enjoy the life.
Adventure awaits. An event to win for just one night.
This will be a match for the ages.
With Bray Wyatt. This is the only WrestleMania to invade for just one night. Begin streaming on WWE Network this Saturday. Continues on Sunday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. As always, WWE Network is free for new subscribers.
Domino's Tracker now has GPS, so you can follow your order, or not. Use it to get a delivery alert, so we don't catch you before you're ready. Get any 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas delivered for just $5.99 each.
At Sprint, our priority is keeping our customers, employees, and communities safe. During these uncertain times, we want you to get great service without leaving the safety of your home. Shop at Sprint.com for free next day shipping and no activation fees on our best new phone deals, like the Samsung Galaxy S25G for just $0 a month. Plus, you'll also get a $100 prepaid MasterCard when you switch online. Stay healthy and visit Sprint.com to get the services you need.
There's ha ha hi with your friends. And then there's with your friends. Here's to the original social media. Here's to the original idea. It's Miller time.
There's never been a better time to have a favorite food. With new Grubhub Plus, you get unlimited free delivery and cashback rewards for ordering noodles. And noodles. And noodles. And noodles. Grubhub Plus, free delivery, cashback, and noodles.
Yes, Combine is your source for the latest news.
Already in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Expert analysis.
Yeah, we'll figure out where to go next. Everything is on the table.
And the best storytelling in sports. All week on ESPN.
Why choose Invisalign over other aligners?
Only Invisalign treatment uses Smart Track technology. It moves teeth more comfortably and predictably than ordinary aligners, so I could create custom treatment plans for every smile.
Pain can weigh you down, but you're resilient. And Icy Hot don't mess with your resilience. Fast acting, targeted pain relief. Because the deeper you dig, the higher you rise. Icy Hot, no mess.
Uh-oh, no Wi-Fi at your in-laws' house? It's switching time.
Now, it's Netflix time. Watch Netflix offline. Switch to Chromebook. When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. Penetrates 10 surface layers deep with 7 moisturizers, 3 vitamins. Skin is nourished, healed, healthy looking. Gold Bond Healing. Ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
The party on the ceiling tonight. Yeah, that's right. The lads of one. But then look at us. We're the League of Nations. Rusev, Sheamus, Alberto Del Rio, and King Barrett. And trust me when I say this, there are no 3 men in history who can ever go toe-to-toe with this unit. Why just look at us? Some of the meanest, toughest, fattest.
Without wildest imagination, I would have never expected to see this. You're an industry shot up with the living end. Oh, God, here we go. This is unreal. Yes. I've never seen Stone Cold dance. He speaks to that hair. An unforgettable moment.
Baker was a very highly educated individual. I don't think he ever was reflected as valuable as that night. Never danced with a rabbit.
No, tough one to follow there. Also, never wise decision, challenging The Undertaker at WrestleMania. And yeah, that's exactly what AJ Styles has done this year. For the first time ever in his time, it will be the Golden Guard. We have no idea exactly what this is, but we do know The Undertaker's history in very specific types of matches. Inferno matches, casket matches, Hell in a Cell, Buried Alive. You better believe how money Red Man in the Bone Gun match next Saturday. AJ Styles knows quite what he's got into. And the same could be said at WrestleMania 13 for Shane McMahon. You can't forget the classic Hell in a Cell match in the grandest stage in the mall. Shane McMahon stepping inside the cell with the dead man.
Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
That Shane never saw, and that is that father fail. That Shane sitting on his couch with his 3 sons when his father tried to disown it. That's how that pierced that heart of Shane McMahon and that courage provided motivation for Shane. Because remember, Shane wins this tonight. Makes sure none of that industry. What's going to happen to Shane? What's going to happen to Shane? What's going to happen to McMahon? What's going to happen to the future of WWE? I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I can tell you this though, they're all gone. If Shane McMahon finds a way to put Lyman in the bottle and defeat The Undertaker, I get this, at WrestleMania in Hell in a Cell. And not only are they all gone, we're going to see The Undertaker complete the match again here at WrestleMania. This will be the last one for the Dead Man. It's 22 and 1. And Shane would give a kiss to his wife. All right, good night, kids. Take a good look. 20 feet high. I can't imagine what's going on with that head of Shane right now. He enters that Hell in a Cell. Whatever we say. Win or lose.
Adventure awaits. An event for just one night.
Supreme Sean Plan, the Nightman, Rhea Ripley, NXT Women's Championship.
This is only WrestleMania Tuesday for just one night. Begin streaming on WWE Network this Saturday. Continues on Sunday, 7 4 Pacific. And always, WWE Network is free for new subscribers.
I'm clearly not the boss here, but with the DQ sauce to toss chicken strip basket, I'm the sauce boss. It's my choice of honey barbecue or sweet and tangy sesame glaze. Oh, yes, ma'am.
DQ. Happy tastes good.
It's another big day at the office. With a relaxing commute, a nice long lunch. But how about those skyscrapers? Yep, doesn't get much better than this. Run with us on a John Deere Gator using the hatches and sesame seeds. It's the feeling is much fun. Nothing runs like a deer. Test drive a Gator UV today.
Ripped pants, moth holes, torn kids' clothing. What can you do? Don't fuss with messy glues, heavy sewing machines, or old-fashioned needle and thread. Ditch the sewing and make the switch to No Stitch. No Stitch is the easiest way to hem, mend, and fix your clothes ever. Just sprinkle a specially formulated adhesive powder on the fabric, apply the heat wand, and it's secure in seconds. No Stitch is like sewing without the sewing. Need to hem a pair of pants? No problem. Fix a torn shirt? No problem. Important job interview that you need to get out the door? With No Stitch, it's no problem. You can fix any clothing quickly and easily. No Stitch is unlike any other repair kit. Make a mistake? Just place the heat wand on the fabric, and like magic, the hem comes undone, so you can make it perfect. With glue adhesives, you need to wait forever. But No Stitch turns that same tear into an easy repair. And No Stitch is so strong it will never dissolve or come loose wash after wash after wash. No Stitch works on any fabric, from heavy denim to delicate silk. But No Stitch does so much more. Ripped curtains? Say it ain't so. With No Stitch, they're as good as new in an instant. Burned tablecloth? No Stitch fixes it quickly and easily. No Stitch comes with a No Stitch heat wand and a 3-ounce bottle of adhesive powder for only $19.99. But wait, order now and we'll double the amount of adhesive powder to a full 6-ounce bottle, enough to repair hundreds of garments absolutely free. Ditch the sewing and make the switch to No Stitch, the easiest way to hem, mend, and fix your clothes ever. Order yours now for only $19.99.
Call 1-800-340-7306 or go to TryNoStitch.com. This offer is not available in stores, so call 1-800-340-7306. That's 1-800-340-7306 or order online at TryNoStitch.com. Call now. Tonight only, save 25% off championship covers and 40% off tees. Only at www.shop.com.
years old when I first saw The Undertaker make his debut in Survivor Series 1990. To this day, that incredible aura, that presence, still ignored. And here we go, matches underway. Undertaker versus Shane. We talked to Shane here earlier on today. Johnny said that the key tonight is air. The more The Undertaker does, the more his hair is taken away, and it gives Shane McMahon a chance. But this is Shane McMahon can last. The longer this match goes, the more you said it'll favor Shane. This match goes underneath 10 minutes, Undertaker wins. The only chance Shane has, and it's not a good one, is if this match goes long. And Shane McMahon somehow is able to withstand the ferocity of The Undertaker. Undertaker misses to the right now. Shane McMahon shouts to the bread basket. I think you'll see that going down low tonight. We'll see The Undertaker make shorter breaks, not bring as much air into his lungs, and give Shane a chance. You've seen those training videos of Shane, that Muay Thai training, jiu-jitsu. We know he's got the win. We know he's got the conditioning. Byron, you said you were 9 years old when you first saw The Undertaker. I was 40 years old when he chokeslammed me through my own limousine. I have been in there with a dead man. Let me tell you something. Shane's strategy is as risky as it can be. But John, you've also been in the ring with Shane McMahon. I know how much punishment Shane McMahon can take. I've seen it. Undertaker trying to get into the midsection. Everybody, man! Shane down to his knees, trying to fight back with the right of his own. And Undertaker going to smother Shane on back. The only hope that Shane McMahon has is that he can withstand the onslaught of The Undertaker. Yeah, and the man who's known as the best sure striker in the history of WWE. The Undertaker, but it's everyone Shane. Caught Undertaker in the jaw. The Shane driven down out in the corner. And that partiality of being inside Hell in a Cell, The Undertaker's starting to set in here. And Shane set through the rope and onto the floor. Undertaker methodically taking his time. Shane will continue to foul. You know Shane's going to continue to fight, but you don't know how much good it's going to do. There makes the man who's won WrestleMania. Think about that. Undertaker has won the stage 22 times in his career. The greatest dominance in any sport. Shane, the left Sid Robinson out there, the Undertaker in the corner, and a one big blow drives Shane to his knee and then a boot to the face. That's the key. Undertaker can able to withstand that flurry from Shane, but again, one shot, and all of a sudden it's advantage Undertaker. Undertaker that beats Shane up. Snake eyes! Desperation. Undertaker's up first. Yeah, I think he's just stunned that Shane was able to deliver that type of offense. Make no mistake about it, Shane has been in and won some big matches in his career. Look, Shane McMahon has done it before. He won a last man standing match for Big Show. He won a street fight one time with Shawn Michaels. But you're talking about a guy who has been there in thousands and thousands of big matches in The Undertaker. Cat Mouse here. Shane the Mouse trying to stay away from the big cat The Undertaker. Again, here's Snake Eyes. Watch Shane with his desperation offense and that flying elbow. Yeah, but you're looking at the cat mouse, though. How many times have the mice ever been that? Shane happens. They just try to escape. There's no escape. We have Hell in a Cell. And Shane is in there with the Phenom. This McMahon's greatest creation of WrestleMania. The man who has dominated it is about to vanquish Mr. McMahon's son. Oh, this is not good. McMahon is wisely backed his way around the corner. Now we're sliding to the ring. Shane catches him on the right. Bring it. And Shane back to that Undertaker on the track and Shane out. We're just talking about Shane out and catching the mouse. Shane back down. Escape. Get on in. Go! Hey! I think we all had watched the last 2 weeks now. I was hoping it was going to happen in this match. He's going to try. He's going to be on his way to that, especially in The Undertaker, who who weighs in at 309 pounds, can deliver this running leg drop across the chest of Shane.
This is the Undertaker's playground. Not midway with Shane.
Last time you felt this.
Undertaker coming down. Knowing he's gonna land on you. Look, Shane, there's not a damn thing you can do about it. This could be over quick. Here we go.
Undertaker to the last one. Last one for Shane McMahon. Shane, Undertaker. Goodbye, Shane. Excellent. Take the shoulder up to 2.5. Well, did Shane do that? Undertaker can't believe it either. Watch the impact.